Good morning, everyone. I would, at this time, like to call our Nash County Commissioner meeting for February the 3rd to order. Appreciate everyone being here this morning. It's customary for our board to begin each of our meetings with a prayer from a commissioner and to pledge allegiance to the flag, of course. During this time of prayer, we generally stand, and you're welcome to stand and join us in the prayer. You're welcome to use this time for your own prayer, or you're welcome to use it for a moment of silence, whichever you prefer. And at this time, I'd like to call on Commissioner Sue Leggett for the invocation, and then Mr. Outlaw for the pledge of allegiance to the flag. Commissioner Leggett.
Let us pray. Dear Lord, as we gather here today, we thank you for safely bringing us together. We thank you for all the blessings that you give us in this earthly life. Lord, here today we pray for your guidance, your wisdom, and your mercy as we conduct the business of Nash County. Lord, please be with those who are in need of your healing, your presence, and your guidance. All of these things we ask in your precious and holy name. Amen.
Amen. Would you join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're now on item number 4 on the agenda, which is the approval of the minutes for the last month of January. In January, we had 2 meetings, one on January the 6th, our regular meeting, and we had a meeting on January the 21st. And at this time, I would entertain any motions to approve or amend or add to the minutes.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Minutes stand approved. Now we're on item number 5, which is the state of the county address, which the chairman normally does each February, and I'm pleased to be able to do that this morning. And if I get coughed up a little bit, I have been struggling about 8 days now with whatever it is we all are going to take our turns having, I'm sure what it appears like, but just bear with me, but I think we'll be okay. Again, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
How many of us watched Super Bowl last night? Quite a few of us. I think we had quite a few citizens from Nash and Edgecombe County very interested in that game with Kansas City playing in it and actually winning it. 50-year project, quite frankly. And as you know, Carolina Telephone started in Edgecombe County many, many years ago. And we've had a lot of our citizens over the years, including my brother, to move to Kansas City. He's been there quite a while. But he was a very happy gentleman last night, and I'm sure each one of you have got friends that stayed in Kansas City that went there with the phone company many years ago. So it was a kind of a home event for Edgecombe County and Nash County, and very pleased that it turned out like it did anyway. But with that said, on behalf, and I appreciate the large crowd being here this morning. I know you came to hear me give the State of the Union address, and I appreciate that. But on behalf of the Board of Commissioners, I am very pleased to give an update on Nash County this morning. Our commissioners are very proud of Nash County. We're very proud of what we are able to do for the county and what the county has done in the time that we have served. We work together very well. I think this year, or in 2019, which is what I'll be speaking about, has probably been a year in which we have worked together maybe better than we ever had. We've always worked together well, but we've had a couple of challenges. And you know, when you have challenges as a board, that's when you really find out how you work together. The schools that we are dealing with now, building a new school, has been, as each one of you know, a work in progress. And of course, the detention center has been in the news quite a bit, and we have worked through that as a board, have kind of focused and joined together on where we are, and are very proud to be able to provide Nash County with a board that works good together. We don't always agree, but as we work through our work sessions and work on the task at hand, we seem to always find a point where we can all buy into, and that's very important. It doesn't happen in Washington this day and time, as we know. We're sitting here, don't have a budget in the state of North Carolina, which affects many things, including a lot to do with our schools, as we know. But we went through our budget negotiations very quickly this year, simply because our staff does a great job in presenting the budget. And we really didn't disagree on too many things in that budget. And I'll update you on some of that as we go along this morning. Administration helps a lot with the board working together. And our third floor here in this building, which we're on now, is where our administration is located. In 2019, we had 4 people over here on the left side, a manager, an assistant manager, the board clerk, and the many other things that she does, which I won't name, I'll be here the rest of the day, and a retail developer that we added in 2019. Just as a query for the board, Mr. Belfield, those 4 people, which one would you replace if you had an opportunity?
Replace
Yes, sir.
of the top?
Of the top 4 people I just named, yes, sir.
management? Well, the manager.
That wasn't the answer you were supposed to give.
If I understood your question right, you were saying which one would I personally myself replace?
Let me rephrase the question, because I didn't get the answer that I wanted. Or maybe I'll skip you and go to Mr. Outlaw. But no, the question was,
Well, if your question is it any of them on the staff that I want to replace now? No.
that's the correct answer. I think
I thought you were meaning which one would I replace?
have the authority to replace. I understand why you felt that way, but that is not really what I was asking.
I'll tell you why I felt that way. I believe I can handle it.
You believe
I've been
you
here 21 years as a county commissioner. I know the operation of the county.
Yes, sir.
And I believe I can step right in that job and
Why did I start with you, Mr. Davis? I appreciate your comment. Is there any board member that has any member that they'd like to replace out of those 4 people? I don't expect anyone to raise their hand. We
and
are
I don't either.
Thank you, sir. But we have a great administration. I don't know how we could do any better, quite frankly. They keep us very informed. They keep us with the information we need. And as you know, quite frankly, the biggest job of the county commissioners is this budget right here, each year. Of course, this is a very condensed version of what the budget looks like. But there are 8 people that are in charge of this budget, making sure we adopt it, making sure we work within it. And it's the 7 commissioners, and it's the manager. Poor manager has a tough job, but really and truly, at the end of the day, the 7 commissioners and the manager are the ones that have to make all the decisions concerning budgets and every other decision that we make in this county. The easy ones, which most of them are, and occasionally the hard ones, which we all know show up from time to time. I'll move on to department heads. I've said it before, our department heads in Nash County are a great group of people. I knew last year when I came in here how many total years of service we had, and it was a very large number. But we've only added or had to replace 1 department head this year, if I'm not mistaken, and it was our person that's in charge of utilities and general engineering throughout the county, and we were able to get, as we all know, a gentleman, Jonathan Boone, to come on board. And I'm amazed that when we lose a person for retirement or if they choose to go somewhere else, which was the case here, the quality of people that we are able to find to go in their place. Mr. Boone has come in and you know, it seems like he's been here a very long time. He works well with all the other department heads. I haven't ever asked him how he likes his job, but I think he would like it to say he likes his job. But the department heads work so well together, and it just is a blessing to have the department heads that we have in Nash County. Now, we have an opening coming forward in 2020 that happened on Friday. Friday was the last day for Valerie Harris down in Soil and Water. And I'm sure that we will also find a great replacement for her, even though it's going to be some tough shoes to fill. She's been with us for a very long time. Moving down from the department heads, just the employees of Nash County. We are very, very blessed to have the employees we have here. This Board of Commissioners realize the quality of people we have. We try to look out for the best we can, and it has not been as easy a few years back, but we have been able to catch up some, and we hope that we'll be able to continue to do things for our employees moving forward. But I want to thank the ones that are here this morning, every one of you, for the job that you do on behalf of the board. But the most important thing for all of us is, of course, the citizens of Nash County. We realize the citizens are the ones that pay the bills. They pay the taxes, they buy things, which means they spend sales tax money, and we're just very blessed to have the 97,000 citizens that we have that just work with this board very well. We don't keep them all totally happy, but they're always cordial. They always work with us. They try to understand when we can't do the things that they want to do. And we appreciate, as board members, hearing from any citizen at any time. And we do hear from quite a few of them. I'm going to move on to capital projects, which quite frankly is what I'm proudest of, and I think the rest of our board will be proudest of. But of course, being in the construction industry, that's where my understanding is. That's where I like to work in. And capital projects in Nash County, we have just accomplished a great deal in the last 3 or 4 years. This past year, I want to give you the projects that we were able to complete. Out at Rocky Mount Wilson Airport, for those that visit the airport sometime, maybe come in. Not that the county did it, because we have an authority to do that, but the county put a fairly large sum of money in the project, as well as the other partners that we have. We completed the airport resurfacing of the runway. Very large project, very expensive project. But it was done. We had to close the airport for a while without any hiccups at all. Our Ag Center renovation down the street here, we know last year we ran into some issues, and we got to work on it, and we did have our people out there for a number of months, and of course our farmers were on us to get it done and get out of the way, get our people back in there as well as the staff. But we do now have it open. I think it's a big improvement, and air quality is certainly a big improvement. If you hadn't been down there, I would invite you to visit Ag Center as soon as you can. Early college on the campus of Nash Community College was completed and opened in January when the students came back. The Southern Nash Senior Center was opened in March. For those of you that do not live in the southern part of the county, please go down there sometime and just walk through it. The staff down there will be very proud to show you that, and the board is very proud that we were able to do that. It was a project a long time coming. The radio project, which was a big project, an expensive project for Nash County, we completed and put in line, put on service in May of 2019, and that was going to all Viper type system throughout the county for our people. C&D landfill addition was put in service in 2019. We were almost out of landfill area for our C&D construction and debris, so we did get that completed. And we completed 2 of our stream projects, cleaning our streams out. And Commissioner Outlaw, I appreciate you bringing it to our attention several years ago after the last storm, when we got to get quite a few complaints from citizens that were having flooding that really didn't understand why they were. And the Tar River and Stony Creek debris project has since been completed, and with grant money, I might say. And then, of course, in this room, we have completed the video system. Everything in here is new as far as it relates to video, which has allowed us to now go live with our meetings. I was one that hoped to be able to use this system this morning to do this address, but I kind of put things off, not on purpose, but I stay pretty busy, and I'm always last minute getting things done, and I kind of wanted to use this to make some of the presentation this morning. But when I realized the deadline was coming up, and I had to have it to the staff no later than on Friday to be able to utilize that. I just didn't think I could make it when I went to Stacy and started to question about if I could complete it over the weekend, and she didn't even let me finish. She just smiled at me, quite frankly. So I figured out right quick that the deadline was the deadline, and of course it is on Friday. But I do intend to use it next year and make it a little bit more interesting than me standing up here just talking. Capital projects that are now funded and underway, quite a few again. Out at the airport again, we have T-hangers. If you go by out 97, you'll see those being constructed. Something that we've needed for a very long time for the small plane owners in Nash County to be able to store their planes here in Nash County. And of course, we like them stored in Nash County because that puts it on our tax rolls for that airplane, and they're not paying their taxes to another county. We also have under construction, or will have, and all this will be completed by early summer, I'm told, is a new fuel cell farm out there as well. Elm Street Drainage, which is a project that actually cuts off the back of our parking lot. We've had a lot of issues out there. That will get started during 2020, but the engineering has been done and bids will be taken pretty soon on that. One of the projects that all of us are very proud of is the Nash County Miracle Park at Coopers. We've been working on that quite a while also, but we're about 80% through with that project. And basically what we like now are the buildings, which the county is kind of looking out to getting those done. And when the county looks out their building, it involves me quite a bit, and that's just something I got to get on. And Mr. Boone and I have got to get those built, but I promise you we'll be on that very shortly. That is a park I really wish you would go by and look at. We haven't opened it up yet because when you build a new park, of course, you got to have some time to get the stand of grass that you need prior to opening up a park, and that's the process that we're in right now. But there are a lot of ball fields out there, very similar to the Red Oak Park. But the entity that makes it different from the rest of them that we have is the playground. It is an all-inclusive playground that we were able to get grants from Tree and to help us with, that no matter what your kid has or what kind of challenges they have, I think they'll find something that they can utilize at this park. And hopefully we'll have it open sometime in early summer is what we hope to, depending on how the season is for growing grass. Northern Ash Water System, project that this board also is very proud of, and Ms. Richardson and I are especially proud of simply because it is in our district and we've worked on it a long time. But if you go out in that area, which is in Dorchester, Red Oak area, you'll see water lines going in everywhere. And this morning, as a matter of fact, I think I had the biggest crane I've ever seen at Edward. The biggest one he has, I think, is setting up at Bivenu Middle School to put the dome on the tank. That's the reason I was a little bit late. I get fascinated when I see a crane setting up, and I hope to get out of here in time to go back and see them lift that part up and put it back up there. So you'll have a water system that'll go into service latter part of the year. Part of it will be in pretty soon, quite frankly, into service. But we've got a lot of citizens in that part of the county that need public water, and we were able to put the funds together through grants and through loans to get that going. And it's just an exciting time for us. And Mr. Boone came in just in time to help us finalize that project and get it out to bid. And glad he's here and his staff to look after it. Middlesex Water, Sewer, Tank, and Roadway. This is down at our Middlesex Park. We have got a shell building there. We've got a road there, that access road only, but now we're getting ready to let bids, I believe. Jonathan, is it Thursday of this week? Or is it next week? Tomorrow. Tomorrow, okay. That we'll be opening bids for the water, sewer, the tank down there, as well as the roadway. And that is also an exciting time that will complete that industrial park and certainly make it available for us to recruit industries to that area, and hopefully be able to put shell building after shell building like we did at Gold Rock. Broadband, very, very important project for the county. We're pleased to say we have completed phase 1. We have let the contract for phase 2, and it is underway. And there is one more phase left. But when we get to the end of this process, we'll have high-speed internet available to 90+% of the citizens in Nash County. It is sorely needed, even more needed than what it was when we started this project at least 5 years ago, Wayne, I would think, but, and Dan, who have led the effort to get this underway. But we've got so many people that work from home now. It is actually costing our real estate industry when people realize maybe some parts of the county do not have it, they have trouble selling them homes there, particularly, you know, our future in Nash County is people coming out of Wake County, finding a little less expensive home to live in, even though it's a very quality home. But you must have internet when those people come out of Wake County, because a lot of them do indeed work for home as well as, of course, our kids need it as well. They have it at the schools, then they have homework to do, and they may have to go sit in the parking lot at school to get homework done. Amanda, you may well know about that, I don't know. You should have it here in Nashville maybe, but it is an exciting project, and I'll be tickled to death to see it come underway as well. I mentioned the Northern Nash Elementary School that we are underway with. We got funding for that. As you know, by reading the news lately, the school board has decided to close 3 elementary schools, and they voted to do that. And apparently, we haven't been notified officially of this, but what I read in the papers that our press up front provided for us last week, evidently they're real close to deciding to put the school at the existing Red Oak Elementary site. I think they actually may be voting on that tonight, if I remember right. I think a committee has voted to do that. So we are making some progress with that, and I'll show you our boards, even though we've had a little issue getting this thing started because this board is so, I guess, intense and so much devoted to building this project within the budget that we have, that we just want them to agree to let us help them keep the project in budget. Is all we want to do. And we'll be working on that over the next couple of weeks to try to get an agreement which we both can work under to do that. We've also got funded, and we will be doing another debris, I think it's actually underway, removal project in Turkey Creek. And then, of course, we've got ongoing work at our detention center here in Nash County. And I'm not going to say a lot about that because Mr. Boone is going to make a presentation as soon as I sit down about that as far as facilities. And then, of course, the sheriff's office is going to be making a presentation on the operations of the detention center also. So I'll leave that up to the guys that know a whole lot more about it than I do. Capital projects coming up for 2020 and moving into the years beyond that is we are still looking to build a new solid waste convenience center in District 5. We have not spotted that yet. We thought we had a location that did not work out, but I hope we will see that done during 2020. It's an area that if you look at it on the map, we've got numerous convenience centers, but we've just got one big hole in District 5, and Commissioner Outlaw, I think you want to get that thing done as well. It's just difficult to locate a convenience center that satisfies everyone, as you can imagine. New animal shelter has been on the capital improvement plan for quite a while. I hope we'll pick that location, decide how we're going to do it, move forward with that during 2020 also. Farmers Market parking lot expansion. We do need more parking at this Farmers Market. Mr. Lamb reminded me I did have a conversation with Capital Broadcast, a meeting last week, and he has agreed to let us have the lot that we wanted to get, so we'll talk about that. So I think we're at a point where we can move forward with that also. We need a new health department. Mr. Hill, I'm not sure whether you're here or not. He may not think so because he doesn't like to spend money, but we do need a new health department. We'll be working on that. We've got a building that we really want to put the health department in out on the grounds of the hospital, and we've got a few legal issues there and part ownership with Edgecombe County, and we're working on purchasing their part out, but I hope in 2020 is the year that we can actually make that move also. Phase 3 of the countywide internet system, the county has also agreed to fund. Once we finish 2, we will move right into 3. And then, of course, there's, as we all know, a potential expansion at the Nash County Detention Center, and I'm sure we will make the decisions very soon after we get our report back from the Mosley Company on how we're going to go about that. So if you will stand by, I think you'll see that come up in 2020. All these capital projects moving on, certainly have to be funded. And that's where this board and the staff, particularly the manager staff, is the proudest of. Our financial condition in Nash County. Our tax rate, and y'all get tired of hearing me say this, but this board is very proud of it, is 67 cents. This is our 10th year, it has been that, and it is our goal to keep it at that for 10 more years. If at all possible, we can do. I don't think you'll have another county in the state, I haven't researched this, that will be able to say they particularly accomplished the projects that we have and been able to keep a tax rate consistent for 10 years in a row. Our fund balance at the end of 2019 was $43,408,000. That is an increase of $630,000 over 2018. And it does amaze me that we can continue to spend money on all these capital projects and yet still grow our fund balance by just a little bit. Of course, we do that by the increase in total assessed value in the county. We are growing some. It's not at a rapid pace. We're not a Wake County. We're not a Mecklenburg County. But certainly, after getting out the revow that we all were so nervous of, it is a real blessing that we are indeed increasing in population as well as total assessed value. And we are building residential houses in the county at a rate that I haven't seen, I don't know that we've ever had, quite frankly, but I look every month exactly how many new house permits that we're issuing, and a lot of them are indeed, you can tell by the location, or people coming out of Wake County. We have an unassigned fund balance of $27 million. People sometimes think that is a little high, and I'll assure you that it really is not high. If we have a catastrophe like we had in Florida in '99, it will take the majority of that money to get through it. And that's why we're so protected of our unassigned fund balance, what the state calls a rainy day fund, I would guess you would say. But back in Florida, I think if I remember right, we spent about 67% of our available unassigned fund balance at that time. Of course, you do get part of it back, but you got to have the money available at the time that you need it, because the citizens will need it. Collection rate, very important, and I've got a 5-year chart up here, and it keeps going up every year. Mr. Lamb, I appreciate that being your focus when you got here 5 years ago, and this past year it's 98.85%. That is an amazing number that out of all the tax bills we send out, that this staff is able to collect 98.85% of that money. That has grown quite a few percentage points since I've been a commissioner. But you know, that helps keep that tax rate down. If you keep the tax rate down and collect the money that you're owed, you can certainly continue to keep it down. And I want to thank the tax office as well as the administration for continuing to grow that. I'm just wondering, is it possible to collect a little over 100, Mr. Lamb, or you can't do that?
We may go to jail if we did that.
Okay, all right, well, let's don't do that. But certainly we're gonna reach 99 at some point, it looks like, because went from 98.73 to 98.85, it's creeping up right on. But I think what this board is most proud of is the balance in the expenditures that we do in Nash County. It's unusual to have the balance that we got, and I pointed this out last year. Last year, 27% of our budget went to schools. This year, it remained 27% went to schools. Public safety last year, which is, includes the sheriff department as well as EMS, was 25%. This year, public safety has increased to 26.24% of our budget is spent on public safety. Social services, or human services as we call them, last year was 26%, and it went down to 24.37%. I attribute that to the improvement in the economy. I'm sure it's what that is, but you'll notice every bit of what we saved in that particular section went back into public safety, not into anything else. So you got a 27, a 26.24, and a 24.37% for your largest items that you have in any county budget. That mixture for a number freak like I am is unusual in North Carolina, particularly eastern North Carolina. You would see a lot less spent on public safety and a lot more spent on social services, human services. Government itself, general government is at 10%. That's a pretty low number. But debt service is what's really important. Our debt service, with all we do, is still 6.96%. For you that understand debt service as it relates to government, that's a very large, a very small number that we should be very proud of. I'm going to move along quickly now, if I could, and just hit some other highlights, miscellaneous items as I will call them. During this year, we'll be holding our 12th Citizens Academy. I appreciate Ms. McGee, she's in here for always scheduling that, the volunteers that she has. It's been a great asset to our citizens. I've never heard anything but positive from people that go through that. And if you hadn't been through it and you're citizens in Nash County, I certainly would invite you to do that. I actually think, Mr. Lamb, maybe it starts tonight, the next one. And you'd have the pleasure, if you want to attend tonight, to have Mr. Lamb on the program tonight. We had a very successful United Way campaign this year. United Way campaign, of course, is driven by our employees and their willingness to give to help other people. It's our most successful campaign to date, and I appreciate the staff that worked on that, and I certainly appreciate every employee that gave to that campaign. When you are an employee or an employee of the government, you won't ever get rich, but you do live a decent life, and of course, you have a great retirement system. So if you're willing to help those that are less fortunate, I always think that would be a very blessed thing for you to do, and you'll feel good about it. We also, during this year, completed our move from the Gateway Partnership to our own Department for Industrial Recruitment and Retail Development. That was a step that we had thought about for a very long time, and we did complete that this year, and of course, we didn't in 2019, but in 2020, we had our new recruiter come to work for us, which is Andy Haggie, which I see. Andy, where are you at in the audience? Appreciate you being here this morning and look forward, and I will tell you, Andy, I want what you have accomplished this year to be in this report, or for the chairman to have in this report next year. So, and I'd like for it to be almost a whole page if you would put that on your thing to complete. But Andy has hit the ground running. We very much look forward to working with him. We've got to prove that it was the right decision for this board to decide to do it in-house as we did it many years ago. And we were also always very successful in doing that. So we look forward to that. And of course, Susan has been with us for a year or a little over a year, maybe even 2 years. Time flies so quick when you get old. But she is doing a great job, and I would tell you the job she has done has really helped our relationship with our small cities or towns throughout the county. I see you now, Susan, sitting beside the mayor of Middlesex, and I guarantee you he'll say you've done a great job as well for Middlesex as well. But it has formed a relationship with the smaller towns that maybe we didn't have in the past, trying to help them recruit retail business to their particular towns, and she does a great job of that, and actually has something on our agenda today to take care of in that regard. Our relationship with Trillium for our mental health provider has also proved this past year that we made the right decision there. We are still learning a lot in North Carolina about mental health, and we don't have it solved yet. There are a lot of moving parts and a lot of things that each one of these entities has to work out, but I'm very thankful that we made that move, and I think our board is very thankful that we did. We liked it when we had it ourselves for Nash and Edgecombe County, but that's a long time gone, and it won't be like that anymore. But I do think we're with a great partner, and they seem to look after us very well. During this year, of course, it's 2020 census year. We have formed a complete count committee in Nash County. They are working very hard. And as you see these meetings, of course, it's very, very important to make sure every person that lives in Nash County gets counted. A lot of things are based on the population of a county. So as you get a chance to help with that process, identify all of our people and all get them on the list, we greatly would appreciate that. And I know that particular committee is working very hard. Last month, as you know, we gave out longevity service awards again, and quite frankly, to our board, that is one of the things that we enjoy most during the year, is to give out the awards and pins for our employees that have been with us a very long time. last week or last January, a month ago, we gave 15 employees a 20-year service award, 8 employees 25 years, 3 employees 30 years, and 1 employee 35 years service awards. And that list comes up every year, about that same number of people. That is a total of 625 years of service to Nash County. Last year, it was 705 years of service to Nash County. So again, we have a good place to work in Nash County, apparently, and we certainly have the backup to show that our employees, for the most part, serve a number of years with us, and we greatly appreciate that. And I feel like the little ceremony that we do is probably underserving those people, but we're very thankful that each one of them have been here that long, and hope they'll complete their career here in Nash County. We also had 2 employees in our EMS department recognized back a little earlier, or kind of late in 2019, that had 50 years of service each in that field. Not all of the time was with Nash County, because they both came from Stony Creek, and some of the time was there before we incorporated Stony Creek into that. But to have 2 employees that are still working, to have 50 years of service in that kind of field, which is a very difficult field, is strictly amazing to me. And of course, that was Ricky Turner and Cleve Hunt. Some of the many awards, just a few of the many awards, because if I quoted all the awards that we received in Nash County, or our employees received, I again would be here for quite a while. But a couple of them I want to mention. Our Nash County Senior Services Supervisor, Morgan Dowdy, was named the 2019 Senior Health Insurance Information Program, which is SHIP Statewide Coordinator of the Year for North Carolina. We were very proud of that award that she got. Moving on, Nash County Emergency Services Assistant Director of Emergency Management and Fire Rescue Division, Brent Fisher, was elected President of the NC Emergency Management Association in November of 19 at their fall conference in Wilmington. Our Nash County EMS was also recognized by the 2019 American Heart Association Mission Lifeline Gold Plus. The recognition is designed to showcase emergency medical organizations across the nation that are providing excellent heart attack, cardiac arrest, and stroke care. Very important things to the seniors. And if you look at this board up here, it's very important to us as well, because we are indeed an aging board, except for Ms. Leggett down on the far end over there. But we greatly appreciate knowing that our EMS department has been recognized statewide for a couple of things, and one of them, of course, is heart attacks, cardiac arrest, and stroke care. At our North Carolina Association of Conservation District Annual Conference, which was held in January of 20, but as it related to 2019, Nash Soil Award was awarded the Conservation District of the Year. That is a very hard award to get as well, because there are 100 counties in this state. Of course, I understand, Valerie told me there were 96 different soil and conservation districts, because there is one that includes several counties up in the northeastern part into one. But that plaque read, Conservation District of the Year presented to Nash Soil and Water Conservation District in recognition of their outstanding conservation efforts for the benefits of the citizens of our natural resources. Also during this year, we worked with the town of Nashville in working out a agreement where we would take over their athletics, or not really take over, we're doing it jointly, but we will be consuming the athletic department under their recreation. We'll be looking after the athletic parks moving forward in our Nash Recreation Division. That includes Glover Park. Excuse me, that's been a project that we worked on for quite a while. And of course, it took a lot of, you can imagine a town and Amanda, I see you smiling at me, working through the difficulty of letting another entity run the athletics, and Charles in the audience as well, Charles Taylor. But we're just beginning that process, and I think when we get into December, we'll realize that we all agreed to do the same thing. If not, it's the annual contract, and we can go back just like we were. But I appreciate all of you that worked on that particular project. It will help Nashville citizens, and they have a lot more participation in their athletic leagues. It'll help Nash County as well, because we'll have a lot more participating in our leagues. And of course, there should always be some savings as you combine different entities. It certainly is apparently in business anyway. But I promise you that our staff, just knowing them like I do, will work very hard to make that work. Our grants that I spoke about last year are, last year, of course, we got $18 million worth of grants. In 2017, we got $10 million worth of grants. When you get those grants, you got to go get it done. So we, I guess, had to slow up a little bit on grants this year. We still got about 1.7 million, it looks like, in housing type grants, but we really are pausing a little bit to complete some of the projects that we've got underway, because a grant agency, when you go back to them to ask for more money for anything, they want to know if you're through with what we gave you last time. So we've been so successful the last 2 years, and Patsy, again, I can't spot you in here, but if you're here, this board greatly appreciates the job that you do in administering these grants, applying for them, and what I hear from the people that I run into that award these grants is how good of a job Nash County does in administering grants and keeping the paperwork right. So we will, of course, finish these projects, $28 million worth that we've got grant money to do, and then we'll start the cycle back over again, because we have a lot of capital projects that we want to do moving forward. Of course, that's the good stuff in Nash County, and it's not all of it by any means. The challenges that I see for 2020 are really not a long list, but number one, schools. We've got to do what we can to improve our education, public education in Nash County. Our board is funding the school system at a level that I think you can always put more money in schools, but as we move forward with additional funds, we want to do it in such a manner that it goes to our teachers. We are interested in salary supplements is what we would be most interested in. And then, of course, completing the school that we've got underway, or just hopefully we'll be starting pretty soon. We are willing to work with our school board in any way we can, and we have put forth a lot of effort this year. It's gotten better than what it was 2 or 3 years ago, but we still got a long way to go. We're in an area there where everybody's very protective of their turf, and we are very protective of the taxpayers' money on our side of it. But believe me, we know the citizens expect us to work together. And our board and our, certainly as chair, work with their chair to do everything we can to keep things moving and not have little stalemates, kind of like we're in right this minute, but I think in the next couple of weeks you'll see us work through the funding issue for the school and hopefully get it started. Industrial recruitment. Andy, as I said, is a big item for Nash County. We have had a fairly good year this year. We've had a few industries that we brought in. We've done real well in the retail part of it, but I hope next year, moving forward, it's a banner year for us, and I'm sure this board is willing to look at anything that we can do to bring more jobs to Nash County, because that's what really keeps your economy moving forward. And I just hope we have a banner year in that respect. Of course, having a new person in, it's going to take a while to get wrapped up and to get the contacts that you need to make and so forth. But anything you need out of this board, we are certainly willing to be here and provide for you. And then, of course, the last item that we have as a challenge is our detention center. We recognize that there are issues in the detention center. We are addressing those. And again, I'm not going to say a lot about that because Mr. Boone is going to be right behind me and he's going to bring you up to date where we are. We had on January the 24th, we had Mr. Lewis in again to do an inspection from the Health and Human Services. He is the lead, he's over all the inspectors for the jails in the state, and he came down himself and went through it with us again. He seemed to be very pleased that day with where we are, made a lot of very positive comments. So with that said, again, I appreciate the board and the way that we work together, and I certainly appreciate all the staff for Nash County. And with that said, I will move on with the agenda. Did any commissioner wish to make any comment? Feel free to make it if you like.
You said it well.
Okay, thank you, sir. We're now on item number 6, which is a report on the detention center. And first, of course, is facilities, as we did last month. And I would call on Mr. Jonathan Boone to make that report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the opportunity to present to the board again today. As you recall, I had a presentation to update you on our progress at the detention facility just last month, and you will be receiving these updates on a monthly basis for the foreseeable future. I am happy to report that we have made a great deal of progress, continue to make a great deal of progress at the detention facility, but I will remind you, or I certainly want to give credit where credit is due. That is due to the hard work of our facility maintenance staff, a number of contractors, certainly the support we have received from this board, and the level of cooperation that we have received from the Nash County Sheriff's Office and from our Fire Marshal's Office. So I certainly want to make sure to recognize each of those individuals, because much of what I intend to share with you today would not have been realized without your support and their contributions. I'd also like to recognize our Assistant County Manager. Without her support, I would not be able to advance my slides. And I'm going backwards again. All right, so first thing I want to touch on as part of my presentation, I will say I'm going to try to move much quicker than I did during my last report. We spent a great deal of time talking about the jail back in January, and I'm going to try to keep my comments to 30 minutes or less today. So I'm going to try to move quickly, but certainly if you have any questions, feel free to stop me. As far as my report, recall that really what precipitated these reports was two letters that we received from the Department of Health and Human Services back in December 18th. And you recall we received a letter at that time and requested or directed the county to remove inmates from the facility. This is that letter received on the 18th. And if you recall, there were 25 action items in that letter. 15 of those were deemed to be urgent or immediate items that need to be taken care of as quickly as humanly possible. And then there were 10 that the county was directed to address within the next 30 days. Of those urgent items, there's 15 urgent items, 4 were related to facility maintenance. You will recall from my report last month, each of those items have been addressed. Within the second list of items, those 10 items to be addressed within 30 days. 4 of those items were related directly to facilities, and then 2 of those items had some joint responsibility between facilities maintenance and the detention facility. And again, I will touch on those. So again, the immediate items, there were 4 items you will see. Got checks beside each of those. First was item 1, smoke evacuation system. We had the system inspected within 3 days. There were several smoke detectors in the facility. Item 6 that had been damaged by inmates and need to be replaced. Actually, that item was a known item to staff, and the vendor was working on securing the materials to replace those items. That was already, again, in the works before we received the letter. And fortunately, they actually received those units that same week and replaced those the following Monday on the 23rd. Item 10 was a couple of exit signs also have been damaged in the facility. Those were replaced the next day on the 19th. And then the final item, item 12, related to the fire panel. Again, Department of Health and Human Services had requested a inspection by a third party, and that item was completed within 3 days. Actually, we had the contractor come in on a Saturday to complete that inspection, and the system passed at that time. So again, those 4 items completed. The longest item within 5 days of receiving that letter. So those all have been addressed. The next set of items, again, there were items to be addressed within 30 days. And there were, as I recall, 4 of those items that related specifically to the facilities, and 2 items that had some joint responsibility between facilities and the sheriff's office. 2 of those, actually 3 of those have been completed. Item 1, the electrical conduit, there's some items that the inspector was concerned about on the roof of the jail. Those items have been addressed. I have some pictures of that. Item 8, showers. Typically, custodial work is handled by staff and inmates in the facility. They wanted those cleaned and painted because of the short time frame. Actually, we ended up handling all of that through facilities maintenance and outside contractor. Item 9, plumbing fixtures, is an ongoing item in the facility, but the inspector wanted those items in good working order. That work has been completed. Item 2 was a shared item, that's why it's in green. Power strips overloaded in main control room. I believe that work has been done. That was a shared item. The facilities maintenance portion was completed the next day, the 19th. And finally, floor drains, item 10. That's an item we put on hold. That's in the older section of the jail. Again, the linear section, constructed in 1977. That area is currently depopulated. There are no near-term plans to repopulate that area, so we have put that item on hold. In terms of the items that need to be addressed, we have addressed all of those. I'm happy to report. You will see item 5, that is an item that is pending. We had to have an outside contractor do that work. Those are new smoke detectors that the state has requested be added to the system. Those are not replacements, those are new additions. And we have issued a purchase order to Johnson Controls for that work. It was issued back on the 17th of January, and we're waiting for them to receive the materials and schedule time to come in and install those in the facility. Moving forward, I'd just like to revisit the items that were improved in the FY 2020 budget. Again, this is a slide you may recall seeing last month. First is the $550,000 that were allocated for repairs and improvements at the jail. The second item, plumbing improvements in the north-south block. Again, this was in the older portion of the jail, constructed in 1977, in the amount of roughly $112,000. And then modernization of the elevator, the sole elevator in the sheriff's department, which has got some age on it, in the amount of $130,000. Regarding the $550,000 that was allocated for improvements, again, you may recall seeing this slide or a portion of this slide last month. I've included the numbers from my January report and then an update as of where we stood as of this past Friday. And what you will see there is I've attempted to break the expenses down into various categories, but don't hold me to those hard and fast. The lines are a little blurred between dorm renovation and compliance items, again, items cited during the state semi-annual inspection. But what I'd really draw your attention to is since my last report in January, we have paid out an initial $23,515 for a total of, I take my glasses off to read that number, $159,864.38 spent to date. We have committed a total of $382,346.36. That is an increase of roughly $170,000 from our report in January, although I will say some of those items were already underway. We had just yet to issue the purchase orders. And then to date, we have committed, or the county has committed or spent $542,210.74. That's an increase in rough numbers of roughly $200,000 over what I had shared with you back in January. So we are moving at a quick pace. There's a lot of work underway. Again, I'll share some photos with you today of work that has been done just since my last report. But we are working feverishly to make the repairs so that we can bring our inmates back to Nash County. Since my last report in January, we have focused our efforts on 6 primary areas, and again, I will share some of the progress in those areas with you today for each of these items. First, we've been focused on renovations in dorms 4 and 5. Again, those were the dorms that were added on the west side of the facility back in the early 90s. Second item, repainting, plumbing, and some other miscellaneous items in dorms 1, 2, and 3. Again, those were dorms that were constructed in the late 90s. Actually about the same time as the administration building here was constructed. Third item, repainting and plumbing in the lockdown dorm or the former female dorm. Fourth item, upgrades to isolation cells 1 and 2. That's on the west side of the facility, though they actually date back to the late 70s. Some additional fencing reinforcement. That has been an item that has received a lot of attention. I'll be happy to report some additional progress on that item with you today. And then some other miscellaneous items. So again, first item, dorm 4 and 5, you will see some before photos here. Each of those dorms prior to work on the renovations included 14 bunks for 28 beds. And again, those were constructed in the early 90s. If my mouse is working here, so you'll see this is the lower level here. This is dorm 4. We'd actually already working with staff at the detention facility started to remove beds in anticipation of completely repainting the interior of those dorms, and that's included walls, ceilings, floors, beds, doors, everything inside that dorm. Also some renovations to the shower. Again, this is in dorm 4. You can see it's center block construction. Some stainless steel panels had been added, and we needed to do some work here, so we also focused in that area. Here's some after photos here. You will see the dorm, the beds, or at least a portion of the beds have been replaced. Again, initially I mentioned there were 14 bunks in these, each dorm. And we have, with, again, the assistance of the sheriff's office, their direction, we've reinstalled 9 of those now for a population of 18, or provide 18 beds. You'll see that there, but again, you can see the floors have been repainted with an epoxy. Walls, bunks, everything in the dorm has been repainted. With the exception of these graded steps here between the first and second floor, the mezzanine in that dorm. Here's a photo here of the door between the two dorms. So all that work has been done and is now complete. We also focused on the addition of partitions between the fixtures in each of the dorms. You will see that here. Those were added. That work has been completed. And we also focused on the showers. I mentioned that. There's 2 photos here showing that work. There was some concern about some ponding water in the rear of the shower, so we've added some tile there, added a little elevation, pushed water back to the front, and then we repainted the floor with epoxy. And we've gone through all the plumbing fixtures, and actually we've replaced quite a few of the valves in the plumbing chase between these 2 dorms in anticipation of a complete rebuild of the plumbing. We're not looking to change out the fixtures other than there's a urinal in each dorm, and as we understand it, the sheriff's office is contemplating putting females back into these dorms, so we intend to change that fixture out with a commode in each dorm, and that item has been ordered. In addition to the dorms themselves, we repainted the bullpen outside each of those dorms. You will see that here in this photo. Again, floors, walls, ceilings, all the trim. Also, there were pass-through doors that could be used if the detention officer needed to either place handcuffs on an inmate before removing them from the cell, or if they needed to pass food trays into each of those dorms. So each of those items have been replaced, and that's what you'll see here, although it's in the closed position. And then the hallways outside the dorms, we also have repainted, again, everything here, floors, walls, and ceiling. Second item, we continued our efforts, turned our attention to dorms 1, 2, and 3. This is a photo here. I've got an asterisk beside before photo because this was a photo taken after work that was done this summer with the assistance of the inmates. So this is not the, I guess, a picture that would be indicative of the condition of the dorm maybe in the earlier part of 2019, but certainly before we began work within the past 30 days. That you will see at that time, there was a repaint. These bunks used to be double bunks, and at the request and actually with staff direction at the detention facilities, bunks were cut in half, and the occupancy reduced from 40 beds to 20 beds. Floors were painted, walls were painted, showers were painted. But we've come back behind that work, and we've done some additional work. When the work was completed back in the summer, staff from the detention facility had removed some tile in the showers. I'll show you a picture of that in a minute, but some mastic had been left at the base of the wall, and the state inspector wanted that to be removed, so that's an item that we have addressed in the past 30 days, and then we repainted the entire dorm for the first 9 feet above the finished floor. Here's some more before photos. There's one of the commodes. There's been some damage around the back of the wall of one of the commodes, and also some concerns about the showers, shower plates. So we spent some time addressing those due to, again, direction provided by Department of Health and Human Services. Here's an after photo. I guess at this scale, you really maybe not see a lot of difference between the before photo and the after photo, but if you could see close enough, you could see that, again, we've now repainted the entire perimeter of the dorm, all the way around the dorm, 9 feet above the finished floor. And then there'd been some work done here around the phones, again, with inmates and detention center staff had completed back this summer. I believe they used a latex over some oil-based paint that did not adhere fairly well, so that's been removed and has since been replaced. Here's some of those after photos, again, of that commode and wall I showed you earlier. Cleaned the wall, removed some soot from the wall and the fixture. Also some paint that was on the handrails. We've added some towel hangers that staff at the detention facility have secured so the inmates have a place to hang their towels. You'll see those there. I mentioned the shower floors. Again, there was mastic along the bottom of the center block, and again, the state recommended, since the dorm would be depopulated, it'd be a good time to go back and remove that. That would assist in cleaning those showers moving forward, so we did that work. And we also, while we were there, this large air return vent, we cleaned that and repainted that. And we had the opportunity while the inmates were out, so we took that opportunity to redo that while we were there. Dorm 2, similar scope of work. Again, I've got an asterisk by this picture. This was taken back this summer after the work done by the inmates. But again, is indicative of the condition before we repainted the dorm this past month. And again, similar scope of work. Really, the only difference between dorm 1 and 2 is, for whatever reason, there was some dust that had accumulated on some of the upper walls, so we cleaned those walls from the area painted all the way up to the ceiling, which is roughly about 25 feet. That ceiling is about 25 feet tall. Dorm 3, again, similar scope. Got some photos here. We did have some issues with some of the overhead lights in the dorm. We had to replace about 13 ballast. I believe majority of those had likely been damaged due to a power surge in the dorm. We had to rent a scissors lift, also hired an outside electrical contractor to assist our staff to replace those, and now they are all back in operation. This is showing the photo of those lights here. Again, shower plates, concerns about shower plates, and we basically removed the plates, replaced all the clips, installed all new fasteners, and then we applied Loctite just to make it even more difficult for those fasteners to be removed. And that was completed actually in all 3 dorms. In other miscellaneous items, we repainted the bullpens. This is the bullpen between dorms 2 and 3, secured area. There's another door. You can't see it in the photos right here. We painted the walls and ceilings here. And also in each of the dorms, we either replaced or installed new guards over the smoke detectors. That tends to be an item that inmates have a lot of interest in, tends to provide a source of maintenance issues for us, so we decided to take the opportunity to go ahead and replace those while we were in the dorm. In addition to the work in dorms 1, 2, and 3, we've initiated or started work in the lockdown dorm, again, the former female dorm. As you may know, there are 18 segregation cells in the lockdown dorm. Each of those cells are equipped with 2 bunks, so that provides a maximum occupancy of 36 inmates. And when the male inmates were first moved into the lockdown dorm this fall, you'll see in this photo to the left, there was a center block wall, non-load bearing wall, And actually, in inspection of the plans, this was not part of the original design. Not sure exactly why they decided to do this at the time. But these particular cells have a steel facade and then reinforced center block walls, which is what you see here. So this is between the cells, and this is the front of the cell, obviously where the door is, a steel facade. And there was a piece of angle iron used to attach the steel facades to the reinforced center block walls. And they had installed a stack of center blocks to basically protect that angle iron. Again, not exactly sure why that decision was made at the time. It was non-load bearing, so the decision was made to remove those from the cells. And actually, they were located in 17 of the 18 cells. We're in the process of removing those, then grinding the metal on the angle iron, sealing the seam between the angle iron and the center block wall with pick-proof grout, and then repainting that area. These are bunks. We had some bunks that were destroyed in the same dorm. We removed, repaired, and reinstalled those. And then I honestly do not know the last time, and maybe detention facility staff could tell us. I haven't had anyone that could tell me yet when the last time these cells had been repainted, but you can see there's a little bit of corrosion around some of the plumbing pictures here you can see on the wall. We repaired those areas and also repainted that. So again, we completed a complete repair or renovation, did not change out the fixtures, did not change out the plumbing fixtures, but removed the center block wall. We're in the process of removing that and painting the entire interior of each of those cells. I've got some after photos to share with you. This is intermediate after the block had been repaired and they had ground the angle iron. You can kind of see this light color here. That's a pick-proof grout that had been installed. This is an after photo in another cell where that's been painted after repainting the entire interior. And then an after photo around one of the plumbing fixtures. Basically, each cell had some amount of corrosion around these fixtures that was cleaned and repaired. To date, we have completed work, I believe, in 7 of the 18 cells, rather. 2 expected to be completed this week, and then there will be 9 remaining. And we're working with the detention facility staff to schedule that work. It's just more after photos of that repair and also repaint of the bunks. Another ongoing issue we have in the lockdown dorm is from time to time, and it's certainly an ongoing issue for staff in the facility, is inmates will attempt to flood the dorm intentionally in an effort to well, either just an act of rebellion, I would say, or to an attempt to be removed from the cell. And this photo was actually taken last week when I was in the facility. Inmate, again, was not happy he was there, had started to flood the dorm, and trustees were in the area trying to squeegee the water off the floor after detention facility staff had shut the water off to the unit. And that is one of the work elements that's been completed since this past January. We've gone into each of the plumbing chases and installed cutoff valves for each sink, both the hot and cold water supply. So if that were to occur, once staff identifies that issue, they can access the plumbing chase and cut the water off to that unit to keep that from becoming more of an issue than it already is once identified. Outside of the work in the lockdown dorm, I mentioned we also have completed some work in the isolation cells, either over on the west side of the facility, just outside of dorms 4 and 5. These units, I believe, were constructed in the late 70s with the oldest portion of the jail. And we have gone in and completely repainted the interior in each of those dorms. There were some ligature concerns with the shower here, with some of the attachments to the showers. We removed those, ground those down. We repainted everything in the interior, walls, ceilings, bunks, desk. We did not have to repaint the floor. That's a terrazzo floor. That's in good shape. But this is just a photo here. I did not have a before photo. But this is a photo after that work had been done. You'll see the overhead light here. It was turned off at the time. But as you will see in this photo here, we've also replaced the lighting, or at least it's one fixture on the ceiling in each of those 2 cells, with an upgraded LED light to improve lighting in the cell and also visibility for the officers once these cells are placed back into service. We also replaced those same pass-through doors I showed you a picture of earlier in dorms 4 and 5. We replaced those in each of those isolation cells. In addition to the work of the isolation cells, again, I mentioned the fencing around the exercise yard outside of dorms 1, 2, and 3, and the lockdown dorms, certainly an area that's been a source of concern dating back to the inmate escape back in 2019. This is a before photo here, taken that summer. Certainly some of the continuing media coverage we received shows pictures of that fencing in that area. And this is a photo, again, taken around that same time. This is the area where the inmates, the first set of inmates escaped by kicking the fence fabric out here. And then there's a small opening up here at the top, about 10, 11 feet above, that was not an issue during the escape, but an item that was a concern for the sheriff's office. So we have since addressed that. And I shared these photos with you back in January. This shows where the entire perimeter of those, of the recreational yard has been reinforced. So again, I'm reasonably confident, whatever issues we have moving forward, this will not be one of them. But because of some remaining concerns about the corners, particularly where the fence fabric overlapped in that previous picture that I've showed you, within the last month, we've come back and we have reinforced those corners. That may be an item that the media may have some interest in looking at, again, based on those pictures taken earlier this year. Again, that has been completely redone. A piece of angle iron, 3.5 inches by 3.5 inches, 1/4 inch thick, has been added to that area, has been welded at the bottom to the base plate that was installed back in the fall, secured to the vertical support with fasteners, and then on the inside of the recreation yard, the fence fabric has been welded to that angle iron. I've got a picture I'll show you here in a minute. In addition to that, where the fencing terminates to get the masonry wall, we've also reinforced that area. We've added a 3-inch wide, 1/4 inch thick galvanized steel plate. Again, secured those with fasteners to the vertical support, and again, on the inside, welded the fabric to that plate to further reinforce that interface. Here's a photo from inside the recreational yard after that work was completed. Visibility is not particularly good, but you can see the edge of that angle iron. Easier to see on the left than the right, but again, that's been added. So that overlaps that seam in the fabric, been secured to the vertical support, welded at the bottom on the outside, and then the fabric itself has been welded to this angle iron, further reinforce that area. In addition to the work on the recreational yard, we've completed the work on the exterior doors to dorms 1, 2, and 3. That was a source of concern, again, for the sheriff's office. This is some before photos, I believe, of dorms 1 and 2. And you can see there was some weather stripping around the door. There was a small area here near the lock that the sheriff's office was concerned about in each of those locations. I shared this photo with you last month, dorm 3, after some work had been done to reinforce that door around the perimeter. You can see the work that's been done here, the weather stripping been removed, and we had welded some steel around the entire perimeter and also installed an additional guard around that area where the locking mechanism is, although the lock is well inside the casing, just to further deter inmates from trying to compromise that lock. And since that time, we've come back, we've completed that work on all 3 doors. This is a photo of the door from dorm 3. It's been completely repainted, again, reinforced, and then to assist the officers in monitoring the status of that door, particularly after hours or in low light conditions, we've added a reflective strip. This is the inside of the door, so it's easier for the guards to see if that door were to be open. And if they had a flashlight and were so inclined, if they shine that light, if the door is closed, they should see that reflective paint. That work has also been done. Other improvements that have been completed, in the nurses' station, there is a cell to house inmates that may need medical attention. There have been some challenges with inmates, again, wanting to flood that cell. So we have installed some valves that would allow the staff to cut off the water to the cell, should that become an issue. Again, I mentioned that electrical work that's been done on the roof. This was a photo I shared with you last month. One of the exhaust fans over the kitchen, there was a piece of conduit that had a break in it here. Again, that work has since been done. So again, there's a lot of work that's been done at the facility over the past 30 days and certainly over the past 60 days to address those issues that were raised during the December 10th inspection. You may recall last month I'd mentioned, and certainly you're aware, board had approved a contract with Johnson Controls for security enhancements at the detention facility. and we were waiting on approval from the state, which we eventually received, I believe, in mid-December. I'm happy to report that contract was signed last week. The purchase order has been issued. The vendor has begun the process of ordering materials for that project, and it's my understanding that work could begin to add those additional 55 cameras, although we may hold off on a few again, particularly in the older section of the jail, but work to begin on that project as early as the latter portion of March. One of the final items I have to share with you, I provided some data to you last month regarding work orders at the detention facility. I want to provide you an update there. You may recall at my report last month, I'd indicated we had 44 outstanding work orders in the facility. At that time, 12 were on hold because they were an older portion of the jail, that 77 portion, which again, in the near term, we do not have plans to repopulate. So those 12 were on hold. And they continue to be on hold, but we've reduced that number of work orders from 44 to a current, at least as of Friday at 4 p.m., to 26 work orders. The 12 I mentioned are still on hold. There are 7 that are in progress, even in-house with facility maintenance staff, or have been contracted out to an outside vendor. And then there are 7 others that are in progress that either have some level of involvement from facility maintenance staff and/or detention facility staff. But I feel like we're definitely moving in the right direction. Finally, you may recall there were 3 items that I had included in my report last month. Once we get past this current phase that we're in with renovations and repairs at the facility, how to kind of stay on top of some of the issues and certainly prevent any reoccurrence best we can at the jail, those items that we can control. First was working with staff and the jail administrator for a joint walkthrough. Again, not just facility maintenance staff, not just detention facility staff, but both of us working together, walk through the entire facility monthly. We have not started that yet just because of the amount of work currently underway, but we have discussed that. We've met a couple of times. We'll be developing a checklist, and once our current list of projects subside, we will begin that process, again, a monthly process. Second item was to test and inspect the smoke purge fans and the HVAC controls. And we have scheduled our first such inspection with the Fire Marshal's office this week, actually this Thursday. And finally, to commission an annual inspection of the smoke purge fan system. The current system we had was installed by Johnson Controls. My knowledge has not been inspected since it was installed. And I have contacted them and requested from them a proposal to begin the process of installing that system on an annual basis, so we can be sure that that system remains in good working order. So with that said, that concludes my report. I'll be glad to entertain any questions that you may have.
Any questions from the commissioners? Mr. Booth? Mr. Belfield?
Yes, your electrical conduit wiring, you mentioned about on the roof. What about inside the facility?
I do not recall
That
any
is
items
too
related to electrical conduit or wiring being cited in the report. I believe we did have an issue in one of the visitation rooms where inmates had pulled down some wiring for one of maybe the smoke detectors, but that's been repaired. But the issues cited in the report were related to the exhaust fans, air handling units, and other equipment that was on the roof of the jail, and that's been addressed.
Has there been an inspection as relates to plumbing that's inside the walls, checking it for in case of leaks, the condition in which?
I will say with the size of the facility and the amount of plumbing we have, you always have plumbing issues. Again, we've got a population that's not particularly happy about their current environment. So that is an ongoing issue for us and one that we do our best to stay on top of.
Other
The
questions?
cots,
Bobby, I have a question.
the bunks.
I think, as well as the board and the audience, do we have any idea when the Mosley report will be coming in?
I do not. I actually have not received an update on that. That is being coordinated through the manager's office.
Because I know we're all anxious.
Understandably.
Mr. Belfield, will you?
Okay, no, I didn't finish. Getting back to the cots. What are they made out of?
I'm sorry?
The cots and bunks? Is
The
that
bunks themselves
steel?
are made out of steel.
All the bunks
carbon
are
steel.
made out of steel.
Yes, sir.
And you don't use any cushions on that, right?
Those are provided by the detention facility, and they would be best equipped to respond to that particular question. That is not a facility maintenance-related item.
Are they fire protected?
Again, I would want to defer to the sheriff's office to respond to that question.
All right, I'm through now.
Ms. Lake,
I did have a question. You mentioned that y'all will work on getting a checklist done.
Yes,
Has
ma'am.
work been started on that?
Now, we've discussed, again, there's so much work going on right now. We've really kind of focused our energies there, because if we were to walk through, we'd likely cite the same issues that we already know we're working on. But that's something that we'll be working on jointly. And I would anticipate in the next, maybe not next 30 days, but next 60 days, once the majority of this, the current effort is behind us, that we will start that. We will start the inspection, we will have a list prepared, and we'll work on that together.
Right. I feel like that, there's so much work that's been done, and we've come so far since that inspection. I just don't want to see it go backwards.
I understand.
other comments, questions? Mr. Boone, on behalf of the board, I want to thank you for your efforts on this item the last 90 days particularly. And I really want to thank your staff. As you know, I go through each inspection with you, and your staff does an amazing job down there, quite frankly, on facilities. And if the board doesn't mind, I'd like to give the maintenance staff a hand from the board at this time.
I appreciate it.
I appreciate your report. As I told the board in an email at the end of the week, I did expect to have Mr. Lewis from the Health and Human Services with the state of North Carolina here this morning to get an update from the state as what he saw on the 24th of January when he came. I did get an email from him that I think I forwarded to the board yesterday afternoon. Did I forward it to you that he had the flu and would not be here this morning, but he promised he would be here next month when we did this report again, and I was real sorry to hear that, because I think he would have brought us a very positive report as it related to facilities, because the time he was here on the 24th, I think we really had amazed him, quite frankly, and he made numerous very positive comments during that, and he actually said several times he really didn't expect for the place to look as good as what he found that day. Now, that's the areas we worked in, the linear part or the old part of the jail, which is where you see the majority of the pictures on the news reports. We have not worked on yet. We do intend to do some preliminary work once we finish this in the old juvenile section, and probably in the east and west section, which we've already replaced all the plumbing in just a couple of years ago. So we have two other areas, but primarily in the old linear section, we had decided we would wait to get the Mosley report back to see where they were going to have us headed before we spent a lot of money in that section. And so that's kind of where we're at with that. As far as the Mosley report, Ms. Wells, my understanding is that we will have that report the latter part of this month.
Okay.
Latter part of this month means, from a consultant, generally it will be the last day of the month. But
There you go.
somewhere during that last week, we certainly think that we'll have that report. But any other questions on facilities at this time? All right, I appreciate again, Mr. Boone, your report this morning. Moving on to the next section, which is item 7. I have not seen Alan Wilson in, who is going to make this report? You will, okay. Please come forward then, Misty. The sheriff had indicated it'd be Mr. Wilson last week when I texted him, but of course, it doesn't matter to us. Glad to have you here this morning, and we will now be looking for a report on the operations side of that. I think we've covered facilities very well, and this was a two-part issue that we had in the jail. Part of it was, of course, facilities that Mr. Boone has covered. The other part was operations, which falls under, of course, the sheriff's purview and his employees, and pleased to have the two ladies here this morning to make that report. And it kind of hinges now on repopulating the number of employees we have there, is what Mr. Lewis said. As Anita knows, she was with us that Friday several times, that it was really based on bringing inmates back. I think we are approved now, somewhere between 150 and 60 we could put in there. We're right around 100 right now that we've got in there. But it would depend on the staffing levels that we have, and I hope to hear a lot about that this morning. But
Yes,
welcome,
sir.
I'll be quiet and let y'all talk.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you to
you.
each of you. My name's Misty Strickland. I'm a major with Nash County Sheriff's Office. And Mr. Boone, we want to say thank you to the county for all the work that has been done in the facility. We really do appreciate it. So hopefully, we'll continue this partnership together. As I will be going over operations side of the house. And as we all know, operating a jail is a complex and difficult undertaking in the best of circumstances. There are many areas of concern, and it can be difficult to prioritize, as most everything involved in a jail can be directly linked to life endangerment issues for staff, inmates, vendors, visitors, and contractors. As such, it is critical to our mission to be efficient, safe, resourceful, and statutorily compliant as feasible. We have been working very hard within the confines of what we have to make improvements as well as advancements. The areas that we are going to discuss today will be the following bullets. Operations is working diligently right now with maintenance to accommodate the number of outside contractors working in the detention facility. Additional training has been provided for current officers as well as our new officers. Due to the operational design and flow of the current facility, we have implemented improved arrangements for our booking and our intake areas for a safer processing. 2 independent reviews, as we discussed last month, was going to take place this month, within the last 30 days, and that has been conducted. A proposed direct supervision organizational chart is included in this briefing to enhance our detention transports and mental health transports and combine them together for better compliance with the state's new mandated law. This model will be effective and efficient by making the detention center into a detention division with its own much-needed command staff. The first bullet, operations, again, we're working with a lot of outside contractors. We're having a large amount of contractors working in the facility. This poses a safety issue. So we are, to ensure safety, we have assigned officers to be with all contractors at all times. So that pulls away from our manpower. Additional training, the second bullet, has been provided for new officers, as well as providing refresher training for all officers to improve their skill set. Officers already have mandated yearly training. However, we have incorporated several specialized training classes. Due to the sensitive nature of training, as well as policy and procedures inside a detention facility, we are unable to go into detail in a public forum defining the specifics of our procedures and training. Inmate operations falls under safety issues. If you would like to have a more in-depth understanding of our operational procedures, the sheriff has invited each of you to observe the operational procedures by shadowing any of our officers on any shift for 12 hours or less. You're more than welcome at any time. Since we have decreased our inmate population and have taken the linear section, the older section, offline, this would be a safer time at this time to come in and observe our operational procedures. This also will get any questions that you have answered by our detention officers. It will give you a better insight to the daily operations. Due to the operational design and flow, sometimes that gets missed in operations. The facility also is a direct link to the operational design and flow in the operations of the current facility. We have implemented improved arrangements for our booking and intake areas for safer processing. The operational design and flow from the current magistrate's office to our booking area is an officer safety issue. We've all discussed it. We have implemented safety precautions to address these issues, as well as booking procedures and issues. Most agencies have a magistrate's office and the booking area within the confines of a safe and secure facility, so the officer does not have to go back outside of the detention facility with an inmate that's already been in front of a magistrate. We are working to ensure safety for all. Like we said in last month's briefing, we were going to have one independent review. We've had two from two different well-respected agencies. As we stated, they were going to have total access to our facility and all our operation policies and procedures. The command staff did not get involved in this. I've not been in the facility helping with this. The other Major Brake has not been in the facility to give any input to this process. We have stayed out of it. They had access to the whole facility with all policies and procedures. And it was unbiased. A proposed direct supervision organizational chart is included in this briefing to enhance our detention transports and mental health transports and combine them together for a better compliance with the state's new mandated law that came in effect in October. As the proposed staffing chart will show, this design will aid making the current detention center into a standalone detention division. And that's what we are in the process of looking toward. And if you look up here, these are our current staffing levels for the operations side of the detention facility. You have a captain, a lieutenant, impact, and 2 transport officers. You have maintenance and commissary. You have platoons 1, 2, 3, and 4. The current vacancies as of today was 10, and with 1 getting ready to start. So I think we've really improved with the hiring process. We're just going to go over some of my duties, and this is just some of them. There's added things such as the budget that me and the other major we help with, but this is just my responsibilities. And if you see the highlighted in red, that's what I'm involved in on a daily basis. We're implementing Are You OK program. The Are You OK program, that's where we have officers call senior citizens daily to make sure they're okay. They really like that. We're in the process of being CALEA certified. That's the commission on, it's a national accreditation for law enforcement agencies. I'll go into more detail with that. Coalition for Addiction Recovery and Education. I'm responsible for the detention facility under my tasks. And then I'm also responsible for the task force officers, DEAs, FBI, and the drug task force. That's on a daily basis. I'm in charge of the governor's highway safety program. I'm in charge of the intelligence unit. I'm in charge of the K-9 unit. I'm in charge of the whole narcotic division. I go to the Nash County Recovery Center meetings. I'm in charge of the whole patrol division. I'm also in charge of the reserve officer side of the house. And I'm also in charge of the special response team, the SRT. That falls all under my guidelines. Major Brake, who I'm very thankful for, him and I have a very good relationship, and with all these responsibilities, we tend to help each other out a whole lot. So he's had his hands in the detention facility this last year tremendously. He is in charge, again, everything in red is what he has his hands in on a daily basis. The civil court division, the civilian staff, the community watch program, the criminal court division, the whole criminal investigative division, the DARE program, the honor guard, the internal affairs division, the logistics, that's all equipment, that's entails a whole lot. That could be a standalone division. Nash County Collaborative, Trillium. He's in charge of all the school resource officers. And as you know, the schools are real big with their school resource officers, and we have a really good relationship throughout the county. He's in charge of our special victims unit, which covers all special crimes, sexual assaults and domestics. He's in charge of the training. What we are proposing is to put a major over the detention facility, with that being its only duties. The captain will fall under that major. We will add an administrative lieutenant. And under the administrative lieutenant, we will put the commissary corporal, the impact, the maintenance, and a transport team, adding 3 more transport officers. These are the positions that are being requested in yellow. So you'll have 2 lieutenants, one overseeing the administrative side and one overseeing the operations side, which is platoon 1, 2, 3, and 4. Again, this is our responsibilities, and we're going to break, that major will be over, the major of the detention facility is what we're trying to get, will have their own job description. And if you turn, this major will be responsible for overseeing all aspects of the detention facility. That will be their only division, and they will oversee it. They will oversee the 280CG program, the impact program. They will oversee the grievance division and process. They will oversee the classification process. They'll be in charge of the jail and mental health transport coordinator, the liaison between the detention and the county commissioners, the liaison between the detention and Department of Human Services, Human and Health Services, the liaison between the detention and Director of Utilities and Facilities, the liaison between detention and the Health Department and Fire Marshal, the liaison between the detention and healthcare providers. That would be what the major would be responsible for. Here are the reasons for the proposed staffing levels. In addition of transport, the addition of transport officers. Most agencies have a transport team. We do not. We pull from our patrol. Mental health transports has increased and is putting a huge strain on our patrol operations daily. We are not in compliance with our IVC transports because we are not meeting the state mandated 6-hour time frame. We have, however, partnered with Nash UNC Healthcare, but they only transport the first 3 transports of each month. That's it, 3 transports. Then we're responsible for the rest. Those 3 transports could happen the first day of the month. Other reasons for the proposed staffing levels. We have not had an increase in command staff for the detention facility. I've been here 22 years, and we've never had an increase in the command side of the house. We need an officer to handle grievances. From all the inspections, an officer handles grievances, 1 officer. We need a classification officer. At this time, we have no way to classify. We classify male and female, that is it. The facility that we have, we do not have the luxury of classifying. And our supervisors are overtasked in the detention facility. They just have too many things to do. The operational design and flow of the current detention center requires more manpower than a new up-to-date facility would require. So this is causing continuous strain on all levels. Again, just for review, that's what we're proposing. Our goals of the detention office are actually, we want the detention division goals, dual certification for all officers. We want all new officers to become detention certified. New officers will work in the detention facility for a period of time, and then they will go to BLET and become law enforcement certified. That will give us 2 manpower areas to pull from. We are working with Nash Community College to have a night detention course. That's in the process now. We're going to continue specialized training for all of our detention officers. Train toward implementing, this is what we're training toward, implementing a PERT team, which is a psychiatric emergency response team, so they're in-house. The Nash County Sheriff's Office is becoming CALEA certified, the Commission on Accreditation for Law Enforcement Agencies, and that's really big for our agency. I think there's only, last count was 7 in North Carolina, so this will reflect really well on Nash County to be CALEA certified. Captain Moore has worked diligently to keep us on the 3-year timeline, and we are on schedule to finish early, and that's a huge undertaking. We would like detention to follow suit which will be extremely difficult with our current operational facility and flow. However, we want to operate in a manner, once the facility is up to standard, to be able to comply with the detention side of the accreditation, which is CAC, Commission on Accreditation. And we've discussed this before. The facility itself falls under the scope of the county. Safety and security is the sheriff's responsibility. And until the sheriff feels the facility is a more safe environment for his employees, as well as the community and the inmates, the number of inmates being housed will continue to be at a reduced rate. The sheriff will determine the maximum amount of inmates we will house and what sections of the facility we will utilize. All this is dependent upon safety concerns and the current facility design, as well as facility maintenance issues. Where we go from here, West Side, which has been discussed earlier, which is our older bar linear section of the jail, that will remain closed. We are still in need of lockdown pods. We do not have any more lockdown cells than we did prior to moving inmates out. It is still a huge safety issue. There is still a need for more secure areas so we can classify. Classification is huge. We need to be able to classify these inmates when they come in. We need an area for weekenders to be housed separately. We cannot house weekenders with our regular inmates. We need to be able to lock down violent offenders. We all see the news. This year has already started very violently. Several shootings. We house those inmates. Right now, we have beds for 36 inmates. However, that's not a true number because we only have 18 cells, actual cells. So what we try to utilize 2 per cell, but sometimes we can't do that due to the violent nature of the inmate or due to mental health issues. Usually it's only 1 per cell. The inmate workers need to be separate from other inmates. What you have is other inmates trying to get these inmate workers to bring things back. And we search them, but it's just, you need to house the inmate workers separately. Again, violent offenders need to be housed separately from low-level offenders. We're not able to do that. We need an area for mental health evaluations. The elderly, as well as inmates with medical conditions, needs to be housed separately. We need an area for suicide watch. We do not currently have that. Having this in place will ensure we are compliant, state and federally, and it will also significantly reduce the medical bills for assault-related incidents. It truly is our hope to work with each of you to do what is best for the county, whether that is to build a new facility or remodel this current facility while addressing all of our current safety needs. We want to be good stewards of the county money. If it will be cheaper to build, then let us build and not put Band-Aids on life safety issues. Our desire is to ensure we are providing the most safety-conscious environment for our detention officers. That's our #1 priority. Our goal is to not only keep our officers safe, but also keep the community safe, as well as the inmates safe, and build or remodel facility that is state and federally compliant, and one will that meet the standards of our future growth. Mr. Davis talked earlier about how much Nash County is growing. With that, crime rate comes. We want to have a facility that, right now, we're grandfathered in a lot of sections, so the bare minimum 1977 code is what we have. We want 2020 code, up to date to that. We want to have a facility that Nash County can be proud of. Any questions?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Strickland, Mr. Belfield.
Mental health,
Yes, sir.
that's a big issue nationwide.
Yes, sir.
And do you how you house the ones that have mental problems at this point?
General population.
They're in with general population?
Unless we have we're trying to utilize our only secure area, which is the old female side. But again, it's 36 beds, but only 18 cells.
How long do you keep them before maybe they're transported?
We try to
a
get mental
mental
health issues
institution.
out as quickly as possible, but we don't have any control over that. We try to do what we can on our side.
You talked about officer safety.
Yes, sir.
Are you training them on safety issues?
Yes, sir, it's ongoing
so that-
training.
So that they don't expose themselves in a way where it could be easy for it to be unsafe?
Yes, sir, we train daily. I mean, the environment itself is unsafe. It's a detention facility, but we do the best with what we have.
You mentioned about your staff.
Yes, sir.
Especially your supervisors are overtasked. Is that because of a short of staff?
Their job description, actually, throughout the years, they've added things to the supervisor level. What we're trying to do is split it up more. We have more transports. We're just tasked out a whole lot more just because of the increase of criminal activity and inmates.
You mentioned weekend.
Weekenders?
Should be, yeah.
Yes, sir.
How do you describe weekend? Maybe it's,
They come on Friday and they serve the weekend, but they come from outside and come into our facility, and we don't have anywhere to house them separately. So they're mixed in with population, and they can suitcase a lot of stuff in. We don't have the ability to check.
you're talking about minor infractions.
No, sir, we're
I'm talking
investigating
about
it.
the weekend you describing.
Yes, sir.
Are they
Yes, sir.
ones that minor infractions?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that it
The
might.
judge has ordered them for weekends to serve out their sentence.
Oh, okay.
So they come into our
A
facility and they're,
sentence, that's a weekend.
yes,
Okay.
sir, until they're finished, and then they come into general population.
Suicides. Is that a problem in the jail?
Yes, sir. They're in a facility they don't want to be in. If they have mental health issues combined with being confined, it tends to trigger them. So, you know, we have issues with that.
But all these areas you're working on,
Yes, sir,
Yeah,
definitely. And with a partnership with you all, we hope to continue.
okay?
I think we're going to do the right thing for Nash County.
Other commissioners have questions?
Very good.
Thank you, Ms. Strickland.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here this morning.
Yes, sir,
Anita.
thank you.
I've been asked by a couple commissioners for a 10-minute break, so I'll call for a recess at this time. Be back in about 10 minutes. Thank you. I'll call us back to order at this time. We finished up item number 7 on the agenda, and we'll be moving to item number 8, which is public comment. This is the time in which anyone that's here today that wishes to speak to the commissioners about an item that's not on the agenda. Now, we do have numerous public hearings that will come after this, and if you wish to speak in a public hearing, we ask that you wait till that comes up on the agenda. But on public comment, it's items that's not on the agenda. We'd be glad to hear from anyone. We do have a sign-up period prior to the meeting and up to the meeting starts, and I had 2 people to sign up this morning, and we do ask that you address the commission as a whole, not single out individuals, and not single out any of our administrators, and that would be former administrators or elected officials or the ones that are currently in place at this time. But that said, the first person that I had, if you would come up and state your name and your address for the record. It would be a Donald Strickland from Whitakers, North Carolina. Donald, you here this morning? Yes, sir. All right, great. Good to have you here, sir.
How y'all doing?
Doing great.
Well, we almost can't say it's morning, it's almost lunch, isn't it?
Getting that way quick, and I didn't state it, but you have about a 5-minute time limit, sir.
Okay, all right, well, you know, through this whole jail issue, I just kind of
Give us your name and address for the record.
Donald Strickland, Whitakers. I live right outside of Whitakers, on Fishing Creek right there.
Okay, thank you.
But, you know, I've sit back and kind of looked at this thing, and, you know, it's kind of like it's a constant conflict, you know, whether schools, the jails, whatever it is. You know, I just think it would work a whole lot better if you would get a more personal working relationship with the managers of these facilities, whether it's a school, whether it's a jail, where it's at. Sit down, look, they're trained professionals. They know what they're doing with this stuff. Trust them. Have confidence in them. You know, and I think a lot of times, I noticed a meeting a couple meetings back, you know, y'all come and said there will be no new jail built. You know, you can't make that decision that quick. Criminal activity has changed in present day times. It's not 1970 no more. You have the best sheriff's department in Nash County, probably in North Carolina. Show some appreciation for them. Them guys go and work their tails off. They work this interstate. They pull people off this interstate that are not from here. These are some dangerous individuals. And when it comes to a detention center, I worked in a detention center before. Officer safety is number one. And when it comes to safety, money's not an option. You make sure that man can go back home to his family and make sure that he's safe in the workplace. That's the main thing. I mean, this jail right here, it may have worked back then, but, you know, it's not right to put somebody with a misdemeanor offense beside somebody who's committed 4 murders. They're in an open dorm set. That's not the way to do things. What you're doing is breeding criminal activity. That's what you're doing. It's not fair. I mean, how would y'all like your family members to be sitting there like that? You know, none of us are above the law. All of us could wind up in jail. Look, just one little simple thing can send you to jail. I wouldn't want to be sitting beside some of these people. Some of these people are dangerous. That's why they take that plaster, sharpen it up, and try to make shanks and stuff out of it. I noticed before also, you know, it was comparisons made between a jail and, you know, someone managing a pharmaceutical. There's no comparison to that. It's none. There's nobody trying to kill you in a pharmaceutical plant. You know, I've never seen, you got saline bag and stuff. You don't have people trying to make shanks. It just really bothers me because it just seems like somebody's always, you're trying to point the finger back. The sheriff here and like Captain Wilson, we've had a personal and a professional working relationship for a long time. I've known them a long time. They are good people. They're not going to steer you wrong. Trust them. Have faith in them. And it's just, these officers, I noticed last time, Captain Wilson, he did a perfect presentation, I thought. I mean, common sense will tell you, if you look at those surroundings right there, that is not a safe working environment to work in. I mean, paint doesn't fix everything. You can paint over rust, that's fine, but it doesn't fix the main issue. The main issue is, eventually, you're going to have a detention center. I mean, when I worked at the one in Edgecombe, 6 people operated it. And it provided for a safe working environment, everything was handled. Which that, you know, cut down the amount of people that's going to be tied up having to run the thing. You know, there's all different ways to look at it. But I noticed, you know, it really disturbed me last meeting after Captain Wilson got up here. The comment, you know, that Commissioner Outlaw, I mean, when he come back, that was just totally uncalled for. That was just,
Sir,
that was
I
rude.
did ask you not to refer to commissioners and speak to the whole board if you could. I
Well, I'm
appreciate it.
speaking, but I mean, the thing is,
Thank
I mean, y'all directed towards him, so I'm just directing it back. That was just rude and uncalled for. Captain Wilson is just a finer fellow as you want to find. He is honest. He's got a lot of integrity. He's got a lot of experience. He's over 30 years in law enforcement. He's the man you're going to call when somebody breaks in your house to come help you. So don't try to down him in front of the people of Nash County. And on top of that, I feel that he's owed an apology from the person who did that before the board and before the people of Nash County. And that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. The other person I had that had signed up is Pat Forbes.
Good morning. Patrick Forbes, 4722 Momire Way, Nashville, North Carolina. After listening to the presentations this morning, I did want to take just a brief moment to commend the Sheriff's Office for their progress in the CALEA certification accreditation. Having gone through that process, it's exhaustive, takes a great deal of man hours, and it provides an up from the bottom to the top review of all the policies and procedures and the operating procedures of a law enforcement agency, and gives them recommendations of best practices that are recognized across the nation. I realize, and when that happens, it does take a great deal of time and effort. So just personally, from having gone through that, I want to commend the Sheriff's Office, and it will certainly be of great benefit to the county for multiple reasons, including, lower insurance rates and other things. Since July, the Sheriff's Office has already paid out over $200,000 to other counties to house inmates. The total cost of this debacle just keeps going up. We still have approximately 130 inmates outside of Nash County, average about $50 a day. That's $6,500 a day, $195,000 a month. The question I have is if the facility failed the inspection and required the Sheriff's Office in the county to move these inmates, I ask, why does the Sheriff's Office budget have to be penalized? We're told that the Sheriff's 2020 budget may suffer because of this. My question's why? Because when his budget suffers, the services that the sheriff provides to the citizens will suffer. The citizens are who will ultimately suffer. We just learned there's $27 million in the emergency fund, the rainy day fund, the contingency fund. To me, the situation detention facility is a disaster. Therefore, why can't we use this $27 million to help supplement or provide to cover the cost, if it's legally permissible, to cover the cost for this out-of-county detention service instead of directly taking that money out of the sheriff's budget? To me, that's a good need, a good purpose for that fund. We've discussed, and I've heard conversation about the federal inmates. I've learned there are multiple counties that house federal inmates and have reoccurring budget money, reoccurring money that goes back to the county. Some of the larger counties, the amount of money is staggering, how much they make every year housing these federal inmates. The infamous Ryder truck that sits out there, we know it's been out there since November, costs $900 a week. That's $3,600 a month. All the while, it's explained that we're utilizing that Ryder truck, that refrigerated truck out there, while we're waiting to get the information we need on what our cold storage needs are. There's folks out here right now that I promise you have the ability to tell you what the cold storage needs of that detention facility are. They've been doing it for years, but we're told that we're going to wait while the paid consultant makes that recommendation so the cash register keeps going. And I promise you there are folks actually probably in the audience that are more than capable of telling you for free what the cold storage needs are of the detention facility. I've listened to comments about the sheriff's operation of the detention facility. Knowing that the facility was ordered shut down, we should applaud the sheriff and the sheriff's office for the job they did, awaiting on action for an inherited problem. We should applaud them for the job they've done in keeping the citizens safe and trying to manage that chaos within that facility. I know that Sheriff Stone, it's been discussed here and other places, has voiced his concerns about that detention facility since he was first elected. Last month, Captain Wilson stood up here and did a presentation, and afterwards, in my opinion, the certain folks took turn to criticize Captain Wilson's presentation. And my question about how do you develop an operational plan or a staffing plan when the very building, the very detention center you are planning for.
Mr. Forbes, you have about 30 more seconds.
All right, well then I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll close with a quote. Ludwig von Mises, he was an Austrian economist, said there is no more dangerous menace to civilization than a government of incompetent, corrupt, or vile men. Thank you.
We'll now move on to item number 9, which is Need Incorporated Community Services Block Grant. And I would pleased to call on Janelle Rogers to make that presentation. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Before I get started, first let me say Happy New Year to you all. It's been a year. I can't believe it's been a year since the last time we spoke. But before I get started, I would like to introduce my new CSBG director, which is Miss Yvette Bottoms-Richardson. So next year...
Could you say the name again, please?
Yvette Bottoms-Richardson.
Okay.
She will take my place next year, but I will be here in support. But she's going to stand here with me. So good morning.
I hope our experience with you last year didn't cause you not to come back next year. I do want to tell you, before you get started, how much I appreciate what you have done for Need this past 12 months since you were here last year. I may have put you on the spot just a little bit. I will put you on the spot today to tell you how good a job you have done. We have been through a lot. I want to thank our Nash County people that are serving on the Need Board. Mr. Belfield, I'd like to thank you. You agreed to do that at a very difficult time, and of course, our Assistant County Manager, Stacy, as well as our Social Services Director, and one of her employees are on your board. But I'm just amazed at how much y'all have taken a very difficult situation and brought it forward. I know you're not at the goal line yet because I asked about it frequently, but again, I would apologize if I put you on the spot last year. That won't happen today. But we were a little frustrated when you showed up last year, but today we're very pleased at what you have done. And please move forward and do come back next year.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Commissioner Davis. I really do appreciate the support from the commissioners, even with Mr. Lamb, definitely my new board of directors. You remember the last time I stated we were going through a lot of internal changes, just with making sure we looked at our best practices, look at our assessments for our grants. I think I quoted we have about $10 million last year. We had the same amount of $10 million in our program this year, and we look to continue having that money for next year, but definitely also with the increase. So definitely for your support. As you already know, we've had a lot of change in leadership from the board, but I would not be able to be here to be able to present the CSBG grant if it wasn't for them, and definitely staff. So thank you again for that. And yes, I'll be back. If Ms. Yvette would like for me to be here to support, I definitely will. But Ms. Yvette has been with the agency as an employee, and so she was so graciously decided to come and be the director. So being able to have someone in-house that understands this particular community service block grant as being a case manager, but then now being a director to be able to oversee the services that we give to our clients, and then also working with me and the board of directors, and also our CSBG advisory committee to help put those services in place. And so if I could bring to your attention the page 2 of our OEO Form 212 plan, which is right after the contact page, you'll see the table 1 of measures. The measures have not changed for the 2020-2021 program year. However, we have increased the number of families served. I would like to report back in September of 2019, we received a score of 104 of meeting our year-end program performance data, which we had planned 45 clients that we wanted to serve with these outcomes that you see listed. However, we have about, looking at the particular outcomes, we have about 8 that we try to make sure we focus on quarterly to make sure we meet those numbers before the end of the year. Even prior to my existence of coming on the board, we did not have an issue in meeting those outcomes, but as I stated last year, the Office of Economic Opportunities and DHHS rolled out an org standard where we have to make sure we show our compliance in a lot of different areas, from our community needs assessment to our program outcomes, also the structure from the board to make sure that they understand the needs of the clients, and then even forecasting what we want to do going into the future with our strategic plan. But we have about 3 areas that we know we have to continue working really, really hard to meet the needs of clients that's within this measure outcome table. And that would be making sure clients are able to obtain medical benefits, making sure they receive emergency assistance, but also receiving employment supports. The Community Service Block Grant Service Grant pretty much just helps our clients become more self-aware of what helps them stay in poverty. And it focuses on efforts to help them reach above their poverty rate to be more self-sufficient. So when you think about medical benefits, if you have an underwage, low-income client that's having to struggle with being able to make their needs for their home or their children, sometimes medical benefits is a back burner. It's not such a high priority when it comes to taking care of their families. With this particular grant, we're able to partner with vendors like OIC, where we can send the client to be able to get their regular checkups, to encourage them about taking their medication. No matter the age, if they need emergency assistance, we're helping them to get that need met. That way, that's one less thing they have to pay for, they have to focus on their plate, so they can maintain their household. But even furthermore, if we also have to educate the clients not to turn down medical benefits that their employer may offer them. So it's all about educating the client, but then also the client educating us to let us know exactly what their needs are. So we have to do a little bit better and making sure we try to increase the awareness of what the medical benefits are that's a need to them, but then also pointing them to the resources within Nash County, Edgecombe County, and then Wilson County to help them with their assistance. Then again, as I said, the receiving emergency assistance, that's another area where we had to actually go in and update our policies and procedures and our CSBG manual to say what that service looks like. Before, the client had to be accepted into the program to be able to receive emergency assistance. Now, if that individual comes in and they say, I'm living at a hotel, this is the need that I'm facing or the barrier that I'm facing, can you help us? The director and the staff can work with that individual to make sure they get that need met. For example, it could be something as simple as childcare. I have an interview I need to go to. I have to go to Cheesecake Factory, which is in Raleigh. I don't have anybody to watch my child during that interview. Can you help me? We can do that. So emergency assistance looks different for every client that comes in. So, but we have the monies available to be able to do that. And then the last is the employment support. So this is not only the drug screening, any kind of criminal background check, but this also deals with maybe the clothes. They may not have the clothes they need to interview. They need to update their resume. It also could lead to child care, anything that, again, will help to alleviate that barrier for that individual to get employed. We definitely have a lot of clients that are addicted to some type of substance abuse, so definitely trying to advocate and also train the individual why that hinders them from being able to get their job. We tend to do a lot of those services. Within the past year of just going back to look at our assessments, I found out that a lot of individuals, whether it be vendors or just people we run into on the street, just did not know what NEED did. Just to clarify, NEED stands for Nash Edgecombe Economic Development, Inc. And we're pretty much known for our Head Start centers. We have 8 within all 3 counties, but they didn't really know too much about this CSBG grant. And as I mentioned, and if I didn't mention last year, CSBG grant is actually supposed to be in place to help leverage the resources that we receive. So the more we get our name out there to say what we do, we're not here to overlap services, but we are definitely here to partner and give assistance for whatever partnership, whatever that partnership looks like. I'll give another example. We have a lot of clients that get their GED, that employment support, that falls under our employment support. So therefore, the individual can come to us. If they need training, they are able to come to us, or we could refer them out to the community colleges. And so what I try to communicate with other CEOs, with other executive directors, I'm not here to overlap, I'm just here to partner. And I want to make sure we are the best steward over the funds that we're being given. So those are the 3 areas that we're definitely making sure we look at from last year. I am pleased to say that we are 6 months into our year for this year, and we're already at our target rate. And I continue to thank the staff and Ms. Yvette for being able to take a look at that data, make sure that they communicate with me and the board how they want to be able to move forward in whatever assistance they need from us. And then lastly, we are trying to make sure we have clients now come and give their stories to the board of directors to say how much we're impacting them, their children, but then also using this service, we're trying to offer a comprehensive approach with all of our programs that we have at need, which is again Head Start, the CSBG grant, and our Section 8 Housing Assistance Choice Program. So we're trying to use all of the money that we have given to come in and help the client holistically to be able to meet the needs of what their goals are. And so lastly, the new addition to this application, if you look at page 8, which will be number 13, that says describe activities that your agency has undertaken or plans to undertake to address the department's priority, which includes, there are now 4 different bullet points that the Department of Health and Human Services are asking us to follow up with the Office of Economic Opportunity that houses the CSBG grant. Number 1 is to combat opioid crisis. Number 2 is to develop better outcomes for early childhood. Number 3, to expand NC Care 360. And then, of course, number 4, to implement healthy opportunities. I'm pleased to say the NEED, Inc. already works in the realm of developing better outcomes for early childhood with our Head Start program. We are also interested in looking at how we can go ahead and offer early child care, which is from the ages of 0 to 3, which we have listed in our community needs assessment that we do need some type of program to help. And there's definitely expansion monies for early child care, so we're looking into trying to figure out how we can incorporate that into Head Start. Our current Head Start ages is from 3 to 5. And then with our Head Start grant, we also receive our CACFP grant, which deals with the nutrition and already helping to implement healthy choices, healthy activities with children as they come to our facilities, but then also taking that a step further with our advisory committee, our health committee, to actually educate parents and their families of what healthy eating looks like. That saves you medical costs, walking a day. I have an active competition with my directors that they have to keep up with their steps with me. So we take the steps, we do just drinking a lot of water, just different things just to show what healthy habits look like. We even start to go to the gym. I have a couple of board members that go with me as well. So the more we can show our parents and our individuals and our clients what this looks like, it's easier for everybody to get on board. The 2 that we are working right now with partnering with other agencies within our 3-county region is definitely with Trillium and Port Human Services. They can help out with the referrals for the opioid if they need any training, if they need any medical bills, assistance, things of that nature. Again, that's what we have CSBG for. So we're able to leverage those resources to help the individual based off of what they need. And then lastly, NC Care 360. Ms. Yvette and her team has already been involved in the training with 360 software. So we have someone that's going to come out and show us what it looks like to upload the data, but we already are in the database. So whatever we can do just to get our services out there to say, oh, okay, that's how I can partner. I didn't know that's how we can help clients. That's pretty much what we are doing, is just trying to advocate for what low-income poverty looks like. We welcome any ideas from the public, definitely from you all, as again, you've already been so supportive, and I definitely greatly appreciate it. But the Office of Economic Opportunity are definitely willing to work with us as we continue to grow this program. Last thing I did not include, but as you see from the very first page, where the contact page is of the amount that we're receiving from the Community Service Block Grant is in the amount of $542,160. Last year, we received $449,000, so almost $100,000. And then that dollar amount is broken down into each county. And so the allocation for Nash County this year will be $186,779. So as long as we're making sure we meet our outcomes, which I'm definitely sure we will, I'm hoping that dollar amount will continue to grow. We received just about as much money for this year because of carryover funds we did not get to spend back in 17-18 fiscal year and 18-19 year. So that's one of the reasons why the number is at 55 for going forward, because currently that's where we're helping. When we originally started at 45, I think 45 when I first presented, then we went to 48 for this fiscal year. Now with the carryover dollars, we're at 55, and then for next year, I'm thinking 55 as well. Is there anything you think I can add? So, that is it.
Any questions for Janelle or Yvette from board members?
I don't have a question, just a comment.
Yes, sir.
I would say this, that when I came on the board, you asked me to serve, what we discovered was the board was not in compliance. Also, the board was not working with the executive director.
Correct.
And so we had a lot of work to do. When I got on there now, Ms. Stacy did a beautiful job, along with myself, in getting that board in compliance. Because if we had not, I don't know if we would still have a need.
Might not have
Because
this presentation that they have.
The federal government was ready to
Right.
whack the funds, and we were talking about $7 million. And we moved quickly, got the board in compliance, and the board started working. We started training staff, and especially in Head Start, and we got it moving. So we're moving forward now. And I just want everybody to know that. And we're working with the executive director, and she's working with us.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Bellfield. Any other comments? I greatly appreciate y'all being here today. Look forward to your coming back next year. And more so, thank you for what you've been able to do.
Thank you.
I'd also like to thank Les Atkinson, who is commissioner in Wilson County, who now serves as chair of that board, which is a job he didn't want, but he finally agreed to take it. Of course, Mr. Bellfield serves as the treasurer of the board, and Stacy, our assistant county manager, serves as the vice chair. And then we have two other representatives from District 1, as I mentioned, Amy Pridgeon Hamlet, and District 2 is Kimberly Nicholson, who also works for us as well. So I think we have got good people from Nash County, and apparently you got good people from all the counties on your board now. But I do think Les from Wilson County has done a wonderful job, because I remember the first time we met, that was not something he wanted to do at all, but Nash County certainly appreciates him agreeing to take charge or take the lead of that board, and apparently it's been a board that works together very well, Mr. Belfield, and I thank you for your comments.
Yeah.
Appreciate you ladies being here this morning.
And can I make one more comment? too,
Absolutely. You
Commissioner?
can make as many more as you want to.
The one thing I do want to say is, as we continue to look at how need can be an advocate for the poor in all 3 counties, I definitely want to bring your attention to the support that we will definitely probably need for our Head Start grant. It is time for, although it's not on here, and I'm going to mention it real briefly, our Head Start grant is up for competition this year. The Office of Head Start will give us a 5-year cycle, and then at the end of the 5-year cycle, we will go back to bid for the next 5 years. We will definitely be looking for support within the community just to advocate of why Head Start is here. So just in case you hear any information from your commissioners, from my board members in reference to what that letter of support, please feel free to look, to reach out to me if you need any questions answered. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, we're looking at trying to bring in early education, early Head Start, like I said, which is that 0 to 3. So definitely Need Inc. is looking at trying to revamp itself, if that's all right, maybe re-image itself, try to reinvent ourselves, should I say, with just making sure that, again, that our focus is on the mission and the vision of what we're set out to do, which is help the poor. So if you see that information come up, or you see any of my staff, please know that they're in it for the long haul, just to make sure we provide the best services.
You speak very softly. What was the name of the grant again?
Sorry about that. The Early Head Start, it's going to be
Head Start, okay.
Early Head Start,
Okay.
which is again for the ages of 0 to 3.
Right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good to see y'all. That was item 9. We'll move on to item 10 and a series of public hearings as it relates to solar farms, and I would call on Mr. Tyson to come up and start us through this process, sir.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
do we need to vote to authorize the clerk to sign the document?
You talking about what Ms. Rogers had?
Yes.
Not according to my notes, but Tim, if we need to, we certainly will be tickled to.
I'm so sorry. But yes, I need the signature page from the commissioners for the county page, representative page, which I believe was the second attachment, should have been uploaded. I forgot all about that. I apologize.
Okay.
Our grant is due February the 14th. So we would like to turn that in on time.
Oh, yeah, we certainly would want to help you do that. I'd entertain a motion. Now, who needs to sign that? Is it
Janice.
me or the
Janice, so.
the clerk?
Janice.
Okay. So are you saying you want a motion to give you permission to sign it? Okay, all right. I'd entertain a motion to give the clerk permission to sign the document that's in your agenda today.
So moved.
Have a motion by Commissioner Richardson, second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign?
Thank you.
You have permission to sign the document, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Tyson, turn it back over to you.
Good morning. As the chairman said, we have 3 planning items this morning, all related to solar farms. The first is a text amendment request that is related to and informs both of the other 2 items you're going to hear this morning. As you're familiar, the development standards for solar farms require setback requirements, basically the same setbacks that would apply to any principal building located in the same zoning district that solar farm is located in. Back in 2011, when the county first adopted solar farm regulations, the average solar project was smaller and more likely to be located on property owned by a single individual or entity. But as you're familiar, over time, the average size of the projects have increased greatly, and it makes it more likely for each individual facility to be spread across multiple properties that are owned by multiple owners. The current solar farm setbacks pose a challenge to these larger scale projects because technically they require setbacks in the interior of the facility where you have 2 properties coming together that are owned by separate owners. And of course, those properties can't be easily combined because they don't share the same ownership in order to get rid of that property line. On the screen right now are two aerial photos of sites we're going to look at in the next two items. They have yellow property lines. There's a property line right in here that divides one property from the other. And then, of course, interior to the blue area, which is a previously approved site plan for a solar farm, you have these yellow property lines. Strictly enforced, the ordinance would require setbacks along those interior property lines, which will create gaps within the facility. Those gaps cause the facility to be larger if you have to accommodate them, so the footprint of the facility gets bigger in order for the developer to generate the same amount of electricity. And really what those gaps are doing is separating solar panels from other solar panels that are all within the same contiguous fenced facility. And so there's some question as to whether that creating that gap is serving any real purpose. For that reason, Ecoplexus Inc., a solar development company that's affiliated with the next item on your agenda this morning, has applied for a text amendment to remove those setback requirements that would be along the interior property lines dividing separately owned lots. If this text amendment is adopted, then the same setbacks around the perimeter of the facility will still apply, as will the screening requirements. It just means that when you have two properties in different ownership that are inside the same solar farm fence line, that they don't have to accommodate a gap along that property line because of the strict enforcement of the setbacks. The language of the text amendment is in your agenda packet and also on the screen. It proposes the addition of the sentence highlighted in yellow down here, where a solar farm facility is located on multiple lots of record in separate ownership. The building setback requirement shall apply only to the exterior perimeter of the property boundary surrounding the facility and not to the interior property boundaries within the facility. The Technical Review Committee reviewed this request on January 11, 2020 and recommended approval. The Planning Board in turn considered it on January 21st. There were no members of the public other than the applicant there to address the board on this request. The Planning Board voted unanimously to recommend Consistency Statement A, which is included in your packet, finding the request to be reasonable in the public interest and consistent with our land development plan. And then they also recommended number 2, approval of the text amendment request. This is a two-motion process. The board will need to adopt a consistency statement, which we have one drafted in favor of approval, and we'll certainly be glad to help you draft one in favor of denial if that's the will of the board, and then a second motion to actually approve or deny the text amendment. I do believe the applicant for the text amendment is present this morning and may have a few words for you during the public hearing. And before we do that, I'll take any questions about the amendment that the board might have.
Any questions from board members of Mr. Tyson at this time? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Tyson. Entertain a motion to go into public hearing on this matter.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Combs, is there a second? Commissioner Bellfield, second. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Ladies and gentlemen, we're now in a public hearing to hear any comments from the public for or against this UDO text amendment request. And I ask that you would come forward and state your name and address, and we'll be tickled to hear from you this morning on this matter. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Nathan Duggins. I'm an attorney from Greensboro, North Carolina. My address is 100 North Green Street. I'm here on behalf of Ecoplexus. You're very capable. Mr. Tyson outlined this matter very well. He described for you the growth of individual solar farms and the need for this text amendment. We actually changed it slightly at the planning board to make it, I think, a little clearer with the intention of giving this board comfort that there's always going to be an adequate amount of protection from the surrounding neighbors. And really, this is an effort to make sure when we have multiple parcels that are being leased, you know, we typically don't buy, a solar operator typically doesn't buy, but rather leases the property. And in both of these examples that you're going to hear about today, there's multiple parcels. And so we would appreciate the board's support in making this minor text amendment so that this project can go forward. Here to answer any questions, we've got some folks here from Ecoplexus and some other folks here too, obviously for our quasi-judicial hearing that'll come after this.
Okay. Any questions from board members? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item in the public hearing? Seeing no one, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bellfield. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Ladies and gentlemen, we are out of public hearing now for the board. Any questions that you have? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to adopt the consistency statement and the 3 items listed before it. A, or a motion to adopt consistency statement B, which would be denial for the request.
Mr. Chairman, I move for adoption of consistency statement A related to the text amendment.
All right, have a motion to approve consistency statement A and the 3 items listed below it. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bellfield. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries, Mr. Tyson. Now we would need a motion to approve or deny the text amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the text amendment.
Okay, I have a motion to approve the text amendment. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second is by Commissioner Bellfield. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Mr. Tyson, item 10 stands approved. We'll go to item 11, which is a quasi-judicial public hearing on a conditional use permit request, as stated in the agenda, and I'll turn it over to you, sir.
This request is for a conditional use permit for a new solar farm project that has not been previously considered by the board. The subject property consists of 2 portions of 2 tracts of land located at 1652 North Old Franklin Road, Nashville. This is on the northeast side of the town of Spring Hope. The properties are owned by Family Acreage LLC, and then the southern tract is owned by the heirs of J.E. Upchurch, among others. The tracts are the proposed site of the East Nash PV1 46.8 megawatt solar farm. However, only the northern portion of the project area is located within Nash County's planning and zoning jurisdiction. So this is kind of a new situation. The property area outlined in red, which includes portions of both tracts, is in Nash County's planning and zoning jurisdiction. The property area outlined in blue is actually in the extraterritorial jurisdiction of the town of Spring Hope. And so Spring Hope will be the zoning, planning and zoning authority for that portion of the project. The zoning map highlights that a little bit better. Everything in the green color is in the county's planning and zoning jurisdiction, zoned A1 agricultural, and everything in the gray is the responsibility of Spring Hope. Spring Hope approved the portion of the project in the gray or the blue area down here back in 2013, and then reapproved it in April 1, 2019. And so there's a relatively recent approval from the town for that portion of the project. But this will be the first time that the developer is seeking permission from Nash County for the northern portion of the project that falls within our jurisdiction. The area within our jurisdiction is approximately 183 acres. As I mentioned before, it's zoned A1 agricultural. It's mostly wooded with a few areas cleared for agricultural cultivation. There are some farm structures right about in here on the northern tract that would likely need to be demolished to allow the construction of the project. The subject property is in the Tar-Pamlico River Basin, not in a regulated floodplain or a designated watershed protection overlay district. And you'll see from the site plan in a minute that the developer has identified some wetlands and some riparian stream buffers, which of course the proposed design intends to leave appropriate space around to prevent disturbance as required by the state. As we move on to the proposed site plan, I'll point out the red dividing line here. Again, everything north of that line as far as this portion of the facility is what's subject to our permitting requirements, and everything south would be the town of Spring Hope's responsibility. The applicant is Fresh Air Energy 23 LLC, and this is a conditional use permit submitted on behalf of the property owners to authorize the development of this solar farm. The power generated by the facility will be sold back to Duke Energy Progress. As with all solar farms, it will include fenced areas that have rows of ground-mounted solar panels. These will be the type that tilt slowly throughout the day to track the sun and maximize the angle of the sun as it moves across the sky. The electrical substation for the facility will be accessed via the project's only entrance off of North Old Franklin. However, that substation is in the southern portion, that little X right there, which is well within the town of Spring Hope's jurisdiction. So the access drive will be up here, but the actual substation that coordinates all the power will be down in the southern portion. The proposed site plan depicts the location of green mandatory 25-foot wide visual screening buffers. Those are required anywhere there is residentially zoned or residentially used property within 100 feet of the proposed facility. It's difficult to see on this screen, but that green wraps around this finger here of the project, and then there is some more up here and along the road frontage right there. They have actually provided a little more of our, quote, mandatory screening, which is a row of evergreen trees and a row of bushes than would be strictly required by the ordinance. They've elected to do that. And then they've also elected to have some additional screening, which will just be a row of evergreen trees where we have the pink line, and that I believe is right around in this area. They have accommodated some adjacent property owners who have property that's not currently residentially used, but who are planning to use it residentially by increasing the setback that the panels will be in several locations. And I'm sure the applicant can give you a few more details of that, but they've done that at the request of the adjacent property owners. The Technical Review Committee reviewed this on January 3rd and recommended approval. The Planning Board held a public meeting on January 21st. No members of the public other than the representatives of the applicant were there to address the board. The Planning Board voted unanimously to recommend option A included in your packet, which are conclusions with supporting findings of fact for the issuance of the requested conditional use permit. And then the board also voted unanimously to recommend approval and adoption of the conditional use permit. This is also a two-motion process. First, the board will be asked to adopt conclusions with supporting findings of fact, either in support of approval or denial. There are 5 standards that the board needs to make a determination regarding prior to the issuance of the permit. The first is that the proposed development meets all the standards specifically required by the ordinance for solar farms. There are some suggested conclusions there, but to summarize them, the staff and the planning board have both reviewed this proposal for compliance with the ordinance requirements and have found it to meet those requirements. Standard number 2, the proposed development will not materially endanger the public health or safety. The applicant has submitted some documents here arguing that the solar farm will be fenced and gated to control access. It will be constructed to meet all applicable construction codes. The solar panels themselves are made primarily of gas and do not contain or emit dangerous materials, dust, noxious fumes, or liquids. And of course, the solar panels are designed to absorb light rather than reflect it, which should mitigate glare concerns for adjoining properties. The third standard, the proposed development will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. The applicant has submitted an appraisal impact assessment, which is included in your agenda packet this morning, prepared by Richard C. Kirkland Jr. of Kirkland Appraisals. And in that assessment, he concludes that in his professional opinion, the solar farm proposed at the subject property will have no impact on the value of adjoining or abutting property. He cites the minimal noise during daylight hours and no noise at night. Again, that it does not generate dust, fumes, or odors, should not generate any additional post-construction traffic, and it will be screened from view in many locations by the proposed existing or planted vegetative buffers. The fourth standard, you'll need to determine that the development will be in harmony with the area in which it is to be located. Again, that is addressed by the appraisal impact assessment that was submitted by the applicant, wherein the appraiser has determined that the proposed use is in harmony with the area in which it's located based on his professional opinion. In that report, he cites the positive implications of having a solar farm for nearby residents, which includes protection from future development of residential neighborhoods or other more intrusive uses, reduced dust, odor, and chemicals that may have been generated by former farming operations on the same property, and protection from light pollution at night. It's quiet and there is no traffic. Finally, the proposed development will be in general conformity with the Nash County Land Development Plan. As you've heard many times, the Land Development Plan was drafted prior to solar farms becoming something that was proposed in Nash County, so it does not directly address it. However, this board has established a long history of determining that solar farms are compliant, particularly with this suburban growth area, because they're relatively low intensity in terms of land uses that are consistent with the low-density residential and agricultural development pattern of the area. They don't require public infrastructure services like water supply or wastewater disposal, and they provide renewable, sustainable, alternative sources of energy to benefit the community. In order to deny the permit today, you have option B, and all you would need to do is identify any one or more of those 5 standards that the development fails to satisfy and adopt a finding or findings of fact to support that conclusion. So it is an all or nothing proposition. The board needs to find it to be compliant with all 5 standards, or we would need to cite which one it does not comply with and adopt a denial of the request. The second motion would be to actually approve or deny the conditional use permit. There are a list of suggested conditions that are recommended by both the TRC and the planning board. All of them are fairly standard for previous and are drawn from our experience with previous solar farms. They outline all the documents that will need to be handled and turned in from state agencies and county agencies prior to the construction of the facility. I do ask that the board accept this staff report and all the attachments in the agenda packet as evidence submitted for the quasi-judicial hearing that we're about to open. And I know the applicant has several experts that he wants to get on record this morning during the public hearing. And before we do that, I'll take any questions that the board has.
Any questions from Mr. Tyson, board members?
Yeah, I notice up here 183 acres. They plan to use all of that? Is it all suitable for?
I believe the, if I can go back, let's see. I believe the 183 acres is the area that they're planning to cover inside the red boundary, which is what you're being asked to look at. And so it would be, they do anticipate, I think, 183 acres of usable land. Of course, in the site plan, they have to avoid all these wetlands, and they have riparian buffers that create some gaps there along some existing streams where they'll have to leave the panels a certain distance away.
Other questions from board members? Thank you, Mr. Tyson. This time, I would entertain a motion to go into this quasi-judicial public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner
Leggett.
Leggett,
Second.
second by Commissioner Wells. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in a public hearing, which is a quasi-judicial public hearing. And if you wish to speak for or against this at any time during the public hearing, we would need to swear you in, and I'd ask if it's okay if all of you come up at the same time that wishes to speak, and I will ask our clerk to swear you in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
We have 4 people to be sworn in, and I would call the first speaker up. And again, if you would state your name and address for the record, Mr. Dugan.
Again, I'm Nathan Duggins with Tuggle Duggins Firm in Greensboro, North Carolina. My address is 100 North Green Street in Greensboro. I know we've been here a while, so we'll try to move through the testimony. I think this is, I don't know if you are in the low 40s in number of solar farms this board's approved, but Ecoplexus, I think, is a familiar applicant to y'all. And we've got 3 witnesses here to testify, to answer questions. I appreciated Mr. Tyson asking the board to admit the evidence into the record. This is quasi-judicial, so I appreciated him doing that. One of the items that is in the record is the affidavit that speaks to 2 of the 5 prongs of your UDO standard. So again, I'm going to ask Mr. Martin, who's with Ecoplexus, to come up first. Perhaps he could answer your question, Mr. Belford, about the number of acres that are going to be used in the applicant's project here. But I'll have him come up first, then I'm going to have Tommy Cleveland come up, and then we'll finish with Mr. Kirkland, who's an appraiser. Then we'll stop, answer questions, field anything you need from us, and then I'll ask you to move forward with approval. Unless the board's got any questions, I'm going to ask Mr. Martin to come up.
How many farms do your group have in the county now?
None, Ecoplexus doesn't have any. This would be our first one in Nash County.
Okay. I thought it was, but
Yeah.
you confused me with
Yeah, I
the
did
state.
confuse you. It's a different client that's got a number of Nash
Right.
County properties.
Yes, sir. Sorry to embarrass you there, sir.
No, it's okay.
Good morning, Board.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for having us. My name is Philip Martin. My address is 600 Park Offices Drive in Durham, North Carolina, 27709. Thank you for having us this morning. I'm going to give you a little background on the project. I'm going to keep it brief. I know I've been in front of this board for a solar farm at least 6 times, so it's good to see you again. It's good to be in Nash County. This project, East Nash PV1, it's a long time in the making. As Mr. Tyson stated earlier, this project began in 2013. It was a 20-megawatt distribution project that was originally planned to connect to the substation in Spring Hope off of East Nash Street. 20 megawatts was a little larger than normal distribution projects, which were normally 5 megawatts, so it kind of took a little time in the study process. While we were waiting on that study, Ecoplexus filed for another interconnection request along the transmission line that runs through the Upchurch property. During that time, House Bill 589 came to fruition, and Duke allowed us to grandfather some projects in. Working with Duke, we were able to bring that original distribution project and the transmission interconnection together to create a 46.8 megawatt project, which then we needed to find more land to accommodate. So we currently have 2 parcels, 3 landowners. We have the Upchurch property, which is Mr. Julian Upchurch and Daryl Edwards, and then the family acreage property, which is to the north, which is the majority of the site that's in the county that Mr. Brent Bass owns that. So the project size as a whole is 274 acres. There's 183 of those acres that are in county's jurisdiction. Mr. Belford, that's what we're actually utilizing in the county is the 183. During the previous presentation, we meet all the mandatory setbacks. There is the mandatory landscape buffer. We have elected to do additional buffering. And then on the eastern side where the wetlands are, there's already dense vegetation that we won't be touching, so that will also block from the view of neighboring properties. For the most part, this project protects our landowners' personal property rights, allows them, at this point, solar is the highest and best use for their property. It also increases the Nash County tax base while not taxing your current infrastructure. So that's the background on the project. Ecoplexus will own, construct, and operate the project, and I'm here to answer any questions y'all may have.
Good. Any questions of Mr. Martin at this time? Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you. And as Mr. Tyson spoke earlier, I did send out mailers to the neighbors. We did hear from an adjoining property owner. Where you see the cutout on the west side, his property is below that. We met with him. His plan is to build a house. He showed us where his house was going to be built, and we adjusted our site plan accordingly to give him an additional buffer. He was satisfied with that, and we're good to go.
We thank you for doing that.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Mr. Cleveland to come up to speak to a couple of the other prongs. You can introduce yourself, a little background.
All right. Yes, hello, Board. I'm glad to be here. My name's Tommy Cleveland. My address is 4141 Laurel Hills Road in Raleigh. I'm here as a professional engineer to speak to you about health and safety of this technology and this project. I've spent my whole career in solar energy, and most of that time at North Carolina Clean Energy Technology Center at NC State. And I've been before this board before talking about this technology. One of my bigger projects there was to look into health and safety impacts and other potential impacts of this technology. As people across the state were asking NC State for information on that. So it's something I'm very familiar with. I'm familiar with this project, and it's not using anything different than the other hundreds of projects in the state. There's lots of experience here in North Carolina, a lot of experience going back decades with academic community studying these technologies, and there's nothing about them that releases emissions to the environment or would cause any negative health or safety impacts. So it's my professional opinion that this project would not have any material health or safety impacts to the community, and also that it fits in with the area. It's a very similar project to those other literally hundreds of projects that are around the state. I'd be glad to answer any
Any
questions.
questions of Mr. Cleveland? Mr. Cleveland, just one, the only concern I remember this board's had about solar farms is the, doing away with them once they're useful life. Is
Yes.
it still factual what we were told before, that the recycle net value in a solar farm is still such that it would not become an issue because there would be people willing to decompose them for the material that they could recycle? Is that still where we are in the industry?
Generally, that's true. Some analysis will show, if somebody does a detailed analysis, sometimes it'll come out with a positive, sometimes a net, slightly net cost. It depends on what you're doing with the panels and if you're selling them or having to pay a fee to have them recycled or disposed of. Because there's not the experience of doing that now, it's a little bit hard to predict in the future. But I would say broadly in general, yes, the thinking is decommissioning one will come out to be a positive, a net positive, meaning the salvage value will be worth more than the cost.
I think with the metal and the amount of wiring involved, it seemed like before we were told, and I've taken a couple classes about this, just to prepare myself for all the public hearings we have, but it seemed like the majority of the time they indeed would do that, even without any use of the panels themselves.
That's true.
So that's still pretty
That's still pretty true.
Okay.
True, and it's well understood how much copper, aluminum, steel is out there. That part is easy to predict.
Right. Yep. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Cleveland. Our last witness is Mr. Nick Kirkland, who's the MIA appraiser. He's going to speak to value, harmony of use.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
My name is Nick Kirkland with Kirkland Appraisals. My address is 901 Okanichi Drive, Fuquay-Varina, North Carolina. I'm a trainee appraiser with over 4.5 years of experience. I've been accepted as an expert on property value impacts in hearings just like this, and over 4 dozen of them. What we've done at Kirkland Appraisals is we've looked at over 600 solar farms across the country, over 300 of which have been located in North Carolina. What we've done from those is looked at what is adjoining them. Primarily, they're located in rural areas with agricultural and residential adjoining uses. We've compared this proposed East Nash solar farm to see what's around this and how does that compare to the other ones that we've seen. This is very similar to the other ones that we've seen, with most of the adjoining uses being residential and agricultural, and it's in a fairly rural area. Therefore, it is my professional opinion that the proposed solar farm will be a harmonious use in its location. Matched pair or paired sales analysis is a methodology that is approved by the Appraisal Institute and is outlined in detail in the Appraisal Institute textbook, Real Estate Damages, written by Randall Bell. In short, it involves comparing a sale that occurred adjacent to a solar farm with a similar property that sold that was not adjacent to a solar farm in order to measure for any difference. We have over 24 matched pairs, which indicate no impact to the adjoining property values. Based on this information, it is my professional opinion that the proposed solar farm will not impact adjoining property values. I'm happy to answer any questions or go into further detail if that would be helpful. Thank you.
Any questions of Mr. Kirkland?
Yeah.
Mr. Belfield?
In my reading about this project, I understand part of it is in the town of Spring Oaks, extraterritorial jurisdiction. Have you spoken with them? Are you going to meet with them in connection with, won't they have to also approve this?
I believe I'm not the best person for that.
I actually think, Mr. Belfield, it was indicated that Spring Hook had already approved it recently.
Oh, I missed.
Yeah, I think they set that up.
Yeah. Oh, well, I missed. Okay, I'm sorry I asked the question. I missed that part.
Any questions, Mr. Kirkland, about appraisals, I guess I would say. Appraisal of it. See you none. I appreciate it, sir. Thank you for being here this morning. You sound like you had done about 600 of these things. You had it down pat pretty well. Mr. Ripley, did you need something? Yes. Are you speaking in the public hearing? I've got to have you sworn in?
I said I do when the others did. I just couldn't get up.
Well, let me make sure we've got that. Could we, Adam, get him sworn in? Janice.
Mr. Ripley, if you would place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Ken Ripley, Spring Hope. I wanted to answer Mr. Belfield's question. I was chairman of the planning board at the time those approvals were done, and I wanted to assure him that we have looked at it, and at the time we did, we were favorably inclined as we did approve them. It was, at the time, at the 20 megabyte, it was still much bigger than we had ever done before, but we were, I think we were thorough, and we were satisfied, and I presume the current board is still satisfied with the way that project is done.
And if I understood right, I think it's actually been redone again recently.
Because of all that.
Right,
but
right,
I don't
correct,
think
right.
they have to go back to it.
Sure, but thank you for your comment, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. In closing, I want to just touch on the compliance prong. Your planning folks have already outlined that the plan is laid out, complies with your, all your standards in your UDO. Also want to touch on the conformity with land use planning. While it wasn't mentioned in the Nash County Land Development Plan initially, because there weren't solar farms when the plan was passed, this is a suburban growth area, and as Mr. Tyson pointed out, it's been, that type of area has been approved by this board for solar use. So in summary, members of the board, we'd ask that you approve this application for a conditional use. And as Mr. Tyson pointed out, your planning board did approve this unanimously. This has gone through TRC as well. I can field any questions. Mr. Martin can field any questions. We appreciate your time. They're excited about coming here and building this facility in Nash County.
Any more questions for Mr. Duggan from board members? I don't think we have any, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no one else wishes to speak, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Mr. Tyson, we seem to have a lot of things that need to go in the motion. Would you just recap those again right quick for me?
So for the first motion, motion number 1, you have an option A, which lists conclusions with supporting findings of fact for approval. We can amend those if you like, or you can adopt them just as they are in the staff report. And then if you anticipate a denial, you have an option B, which we would need to specify what reasoning we are denying the permit. That's the first motion.
Okay. Any questions from board members, Mr. Tyson? Not, I'd entertain a motion for option A or option B at this time, and ever how you wish to say what he just said. I would take that. You could refer back to what he said if you like for the record.
Mr. Chairman, with Mr. Tyson's help, I would offer a motion that we approve option A.
As written in the staff
Yeah.
report.
Yeah.
Have a motion to approve option A as written in the staff report.
Yeah.
A second that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bellfield. Any questions on the motion? Motion in proper order, Mr. Tyson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Motion stands approved. I would now entertain a motion to approve or deny the permit request. Mr. Tyson, if you would state how that would work as well.
We would ask that if you move to approve, that you would do it subject to the 6 conditions that are listed in the staff report. And then, of course, if you wanted to add any additional conditions, you could. If you move to deny, there does not need to be any conditions.
The staff had any other additions or conditions they need to add? Are you good?
We're fine if you are.
Okay, entertain a motion to either approve or deny the conditional use request at this time, and if it is to approve, that your motion would include those items 1 through 6 that are stated in the agenda.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Leggett,
I move to approve the permit request as, with the 6 conditions listed in the staff report.
all right, have a motion to approve the request. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richardson. Motion properly stated. Mr. Tyson?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Also stands approved. Thank you, sir. And I appreciate fresh air energy coming to Nash County, and I can speak for myself. I can't speak for the rest of the board, but come back frequently and often, if you will.
Thank you.
Mr. Tyson, we'll move on to item number 12, which is another quasi judicial hearing.
Yes, sir. Your third and final planning item this morning. This is concerning a solar farm that was previously approved by the board in August, and the developer is requesting an expansion to include an additional immediately adjacent property. The subject property is the red rectangle, which is on both of the maps here. These are the same map. The one to the right is just zoomed in to provide a little more detail. It consists of 24 acres, it's 24 acres of that 40 that are within that rectangle, owned by Tracy Winstead, located at 2949 Old Nash Road and 3951 and 3990 Frazier Road in the A1 Agricultural Zoning District. The property is immediately adjacent to the Phobos Solar Farm, which you'll recall is the biggest solar farm approved in Nash County thus far. That's in the blue. That solar farm has not been constructed yet. And it is also immediately adjacent to the Brantley Solar Farm on the north side of the road, which is shown in yellow, which has been constructed and was the largest one prior to the Phobos on the south side of the road. So this is, it kind of fits in the notch between one that's already been built on the north and one that is approved by the board but not yet built on the south. The property is primarily used for agricultural cultivation now, and it includes 3 existing dwellings. 2 of those are older and appear to be uninhabited, right around the intersection of Old Nash Road and Frazier Road. The conditional use permit that was issued back in August 5 was file number CU 190701. It authorizes the development of an 80-megawatt photovoltaic solar farm across 8 tracts of land totaling approximately 692 acres. And the applicant, as mentioned prior, has determined a need to expand that project to include this additional 24 acres, which is the eastern portion of the rectangle. And this inset map here shows the portion being added, and we'll zoom in on that for a little more detail here in a moment. And again, the need is to expand the facility and to accommodate a few more panels to produce the proposed amount of electricity. This is a zoomed-in version of the inset map. The rectangle we've been looking at starts here. There's this portion on the north side of Fraser Road, and then the bottom portion of the rectangle down here, which is on the south side of Fraser Road, the east side of Old Nash Road. As you can see, the panels, which are in this kind of crisscross pattern, are only proposed to cover the right-hand or the eastern side, whereas the left side will be left open for some wetland issues that are here, and then some existing farmland that will remain in there. You have the solar panels, the solar farm is already built to the north and to the west on the north side, and then, of course, the south side will be a part of this same contiguous Phobos solar project. Just like all solar farms, it'll include fenced areas of ground-mounted solar panels. These also tilt throughout the day to track the sun and maximize their exposure. Also, this project, like the last one, will be selling the power generated to the local utility provider, Duke Progress Energy. The area of the solar farm will be visually screened from the immediately adjacent Elizabeth Missionary Baptist Church to the east. Elizabeth Missionary Baptist Church is right here in this clearing of trees. They're going to be screened from the actual panels by this green mandatory screening buffer that consists of a mixture of evergreen trees and bushes to be planted alongside the parking lot of the existing church to divide the church from the solar panels. That same green color you'll notice down here on the south, on the very bottom of your screen, provides some screening between those panels and an existing residence that is just off the map to the south side of the property. Those are 25-foot wide screening buffers required by the Unified Development Ordinance. They've also proposed some additional elective screening that's not mandatorily required by the ordinance, but that they are proposing to install. That would be some orange screening indicated here along both sides of the Fraser Road corridor, so it will be screened from the actual traffic on the road in both those locations, and then some additional screening back here from the adjacent property that is forested and used a little bit agriculturally. That elective buffer will just be the evergreen trees. It does not include the mandatory bushes that are here in the green areas. The applicant has, of course, recognized that all the conditions that were attached to the Phobos Solar Farm will apply likewise to this particular property, and they have proposed one additional condition that has to do with preserving an access route. And so these are the diagrams of the planting buffers, which I was just discussing a moment ago. You have the mandatory one that's trees and bushes, the elective that is just the evergreen trees. This is a detail of the access path, which is named in this additional condition. The condition states that a 30-foot wide access route for pedestrian and vehicular traffic, that's depicted in kind of a red candy cane type pattern. It starts at Fraser Road at the top and proceeds down through here. This property here is the area we're adding to the solar farm. This property was already a portion of the previously approved solar farm. So it is a strip of 30-foot wide strip of land right here that will be kept clear as a 30-foot wide pedestrian vehicular traffic access way. The intention is to serve the properties at 4124 Fraser Road, which is a dwelling right here that uses that path, and then another dwelling further to the south at 4152 which would be down in this area right here. Of course, as the leaseholder and not the owner of the property outright, the solar farm does not have the ability to grant a permanent easement to these properties, but what they can do is guarantee that during the life of the lease, that they will maintain a 30-foot wide access area that will not be disturbed or blocked, so that these property owners will continue to have access to the property with no obstructions. And so all of the conditions that previously applied will stand, and then this would be one additional condition that addresses this particular addition of this property. The TRC considered this on January 3rd and recommended approval. The Planning Board considered the request to amend the permit on January 21st. The only member of the public other than the representatives of the applicant to address the board was a Mr. Steve Petty. Mr. Petty was speaking on behalf of his mother-in-law, who owns and resides at this property down here. His concern was the access to that property, and in response to that concern, the developer has added the condition we just detailed to keep that 30-foot access way open throughout the life of the project. This is also a two-motion process. You'll need to adopt conclusions with supporting findings of fact, specifically 5 conclusions, very similar to the ones we just looked at for the previous item. You'll notice that the supporting findings of fact are a little briefer here. That's because we can rely on the already adopted supporting findings of fact for the larger project. So keep in mind, we're amending a conditional use permit that has several pages of conditions and findings and conclusions. And what we need to address today are only things that are specific to this particular property that we're adding. Because all the other things have been settled and will continue to go forward in the permit. The first standard, that it meets all the standards required by the local ordinance for solar farms. Of course, I stated it's in the A1 zoning district where solar farms are permitted, and the expanded area of the facility is proposed to be constructed to the same design standards that were already approved for the rest of the Phobos solar farm. Number 2, the proposed development will not materially endanger the public health or safety. There is no evidence that the expanded area of the solar farm poses any unique threat that wasn't already taken into consideration for the larger portion of the solar farm. So we don't believe there's anything specifically threatening to health or safety about this particular property. Number 3, that the development will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. Included in your packet is another appraisal impact assessment that argues that in the appraiser's professional opinion, the solar farm proposed at the subject property will have no impact on the value of adjoining or abutting property. And certainly you've already determined that for the larger area of the existing project. Number 4, that the development will be in harmony with the area in which it is to be located. And again, the appraisal impact assessment addresses that in similar terms as the previous project. And number 5, that the proposed development will be in general conformity with our land development plan. Of course, this area, like the last one, is designated as suburban growth area. And as you know, solar farm facilities have previously been determined to be compatible with that area. And these, the report in front of you there cites the particular reasons. So the first motion will be to adopt conclusions for option A for approval. Or, of course, if you find that the project will not satisfy any of those 5 standards, you can cite that particular standard and the reasoning behind it, and we can adopt option B for denial. And then we need to have a second motion to actually approve or deny the conditional use permit amendment. There is only one condition, and that condition will need to be added to the existing conditions that are already in place. And so when we get to the motions, I'll be glad to return and walk you through that portion of the project. And before we open the public hearing, I do want to ask that the board accept this staff report as well as all the attachments that are included in the agenda packet as evidence for the public hearing. And I'll take any questions you have for the staff.
Questions from board members of Mr. Tyson?
I got one. Just as a matter of curiosity, why didn't they take this whole track rather than just the east side? Why weren't it all included? Most of them are.
So I think you're saying why not the west side that's supposed to be left? I'm going to speculate that the presence of the wetlands over here plays a role. There's also some existing houses that perhaps the property owner didn't want to disturb, but I think the applicant can address it in a little more detail than I can.
Other questions? Thank you, Mr. Tyson. Entertain a motion at this time to go into this quasi judicial hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Combs, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wells. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a quasi judicial hearing at this time, and if there's anyone that wishes to speak for or against this item number 12 on our agenda, I would ask that you come forward and have the clerk to swear you in all together, if that's okay.
Place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, the first speaker is welcome to stay at the podium and just give us your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be in front of you guys again. My name is Brett Hanna. I'm with Nelson Mullins in Raleigh, 4140 Park Lake Drive. And as Adam said, this is an additional parcel that we're trying to add to a previously approved project. We had some difficulty talking with the landowners for this parcel. We were interested in this parcel all along and had originally planned to have it in there. In answer to the question that was asked by the board in regard to why we're not using or making use of the entire parcel, it is, as Adam stated, it's because of wetlands concerns and some improvements and structures that are on that part of the property. It was just easier to use the one half. After our initial approval before you guys, we were contacted by the property owner and were able to reach agreement with them to incorporate this into the project, which, as you can see from its location, made sense all along. As far as the location being appropriate for a solar farm, it will be surrounded by a solar farm if it's not incorporated into the solar farm, so it seems appropriate. And I would like to ask our experts up just to get some questions on the record for evidentiary purposes, but I will try to be brief in the interest of everyone's time.
Any questions, Mr. Hand, at this time? Thank you.
This is our first expert, Corey Howell.
Yeah, hi, my name is Corey Howell. I'm a licensed professional civil engineer here in the state of North Carolina. My office address is 421 Fayetteville Street, Raleigh.
Is there anything about the addition of this parcel that, in your professional opinion, affects adversely the health or safety or well-being of the population?
No.
Does the site plan as amended, including this parcel, comply with all the aspects of the UDO for Nash County?
Yes, it does.
Is there anything about adding this parcel at all that causes you any concern in any way?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Howell, board members? Thank you, sir.
Introduce yourself.
Hi, Nick Kirkland. I'm 901 Okinichi Drive, Fuquay Varina, North Carolina, trainee appraiser.
Now, Mr. Kirkland, you didn't do the initial impact analysis for this project. That was done by Damon Bidencoat, right?
Correct.
Did you review his report?
I did.
And you prepared an additional report, correct?
Yes.
Is there anything in your professional opinion as an appraiser by which the incorporation of this parcel of property into this project would cause you any concern as far as the effect on adjoining property values?
No.
Do you think that it's located in a place that's appropriate for a solar farm?
Yes, it's harmonious.
All right, thank you, Mr. Howell. Now, got that name wrong. That completes your presentation.
Unless there are any questions from the board.
Any questions from the board? I don't think so. Thank you, sir. Entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. The public hearing is now closed, and any other questions from board members of Mr. Tyson? Seeing none, Mr. Tyson, would you restate the motion you need again so we'll get it right on the record?
Certainly. The first motion would be to adopt conclusions with supporting findings of fact. Option A for approval, list the supporting conclusions, and those can be adopted as stated in the staff report. Or option B, if you are adopting conclusions to support a denial, we'll need to state the reasoning, and I'll be glad to help you with that.
All right, pleasure of the board.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion we adopt conclusions with supporting findings and facts.
With option A, I guess.
Adopt your option A.
Okay.
With
I have-
whatever else Adam says got to go with it.
I have a motion to approve option A with those finding the facts that are in your agenda. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Ms. Richardson, seconded. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. That motion stands approved, and we need a second motion to approve or deny the permit amendment.
Make a motion we approve the permit amendment.
And would that be subject to the one additional condition stated there?
Yes,
Well,
sir.
you said.
I have a motion to approve the permit, and which includes the amendment or addition to that particular permit. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wells. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Motion stands approved as well. So I guess it remains our largest solar
That's right.
farm in that.
It's a little larger.
Yep, great, that's good. Thank y'all for being here again today. Come back soon. Everybody okay? You want me to move on to the, let me get 13 done, and then I'll take another short break. Is that okay with everybody?
Yes, sir.
I think Susan and the mayor of Middlesex have been patient with us this morning. I'm on item number 13, which is public hearing to consider economic development fund for Premier Propane and Hardware in the town of Middlesex. Good morning, Ms. Phelps.
Good morning. Pursuant to NC General Statute 158-7.1, a public hearing to consider the use of Nash County Economic Development Small Business Funds for the proposed allocation of $10,000 to Premier Propane and Hardware to support the capital improvements for the purposes of job creation, sales tax collection, and economic investment in Nash County. Premier Propane and Hardware's project meets the criteria listed in the Retail and Small Business Incentive Program application. The county's support in the project will provide local jobs, investment, infrastructure improvements, and increased sales tax. Premier Propane and Hardware is currently under construction at the intersection of Highway 231 and Business 264 in the heart of Middlesex. Applicants Derek Bissett and Zach Stallings will sell propane to commercial and residential customers, as well as have a storefront with general hardware supplies and merchandise. The new business will employ a minimum of 5 full-time employees and 2 part-time. In order to build their new store, the applicants had to relocate a town of Middlesex sewer line that ran through the center of the property. The requested approval of the retail and small business incentive funds are to assist with the investment of the infrastructure upgrades and relocation already completed that will promote additional development opportunities for the town of Middlesex and in its city center. We ask that you consider recommending the approval of the funds. No amendment will be needed for this, as we already have it allocated in this current budget in our small business line item. So we do ask for a public hearing to approve these funds.
Any questions of Susan at this time? Not, I'd entertain a motion to go into public hearing on this matter.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign?
And I do have the applicants and Mayor Lewis here.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a public hearing at this time about this economic development fund request, and we'd be glad to hear from anyone that supports it, or if by chance we would have someone that doesn't support it. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Davis.
Glad to have you here. Have you learned a lot about Nash County?
I did, Manager Lamb. And Commissioner. I rise to speak in favor of this grant application. Obviously, it's a big deal for the town of Middlesex. It is our first retail brand-new business since 2008, when we built the Dollar General store. So I hope it won't be another that period of time before we build our next one. But it's a good group. They'll do a good job. With the population growing in our town and the southern end of Nash County, it's going to provide a definite needs service for the citizens of the county, as well as providing jobs, as Susan said. I would like to I would like to thank the commissioners for putting in this program to help everybody in the county. I think it's a great asset for the county and for retail. Susan's doing a great job. I got the pat on the back. And I have met Andy, and I look forward to working with him. So I think we got something good going on for the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. Appreciate what you do for the town of Middlesex. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion to close the public hearing, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Public hearing is now closed. Ms. Phelps, I guess you have something else you need to add?
Nope, just need your approval.
Just need the approval, okay? I would like to suggest, since this is our second one, and you have another opinion, that you start getting the people to build somewhere that's not on top of a sewer line.
Seems to be a reoccurring problem.
Seems to be a real carrying opportunity, not a
Yep.
problem. Granted. Pleasure of the board.
Make a motion, we approve.
I have a motion to approve this request. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Wells. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign?
Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I just want to make a comment.
Yes, sir, Ms. Belfield.
We adopted a small business economic program. We were, I believe, the third county in North Carolina that did so. Chatham and Guilford had it. And we started with $5,000 and a minimum of 5 employees. Now we moved it up to 10. And actually, you're right, 20.
Right.
And you can, somewhere between there, based on the project. And it appears now that it's beginning to move, because we went about 3 or 4 years and they had only one request in that, and they never did fully follow through on it. And now people are beginning to move, that we have somebody employed to kind of keep it before the public.
Right.
So
I agree with you.
that was probably the puzzle that was missing reading.
Yep.
A lot of people in small business didn't know about it, but now we're beginning to move. Thank you for you.
So you say Ms. Phelps is a missing puzzle piece, I guess.
Yeah.
I agree
Yeah,
with you 100%.
that was the missing puzzle.
Thank you, Ms. Phelps.
Thank you.
I'm going to call for another 8-minute recess this time. That's good. Call us back to order at this time. We finished up item number 13, and we're now on item number 14, which is a contract amendment for the Wooten Company for test well consulting services, and I'll call on Jonathan Boone at this time to make this presentation. Good morning again, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Long time no see. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What you have before you is contract amendment, as you indicated, with the Wooten Company. This is related to the work on the Northern Ash Water System Project. As you are likely aware, the initial scope for that project and the preliminary engineering report indicated the need to construct 2 public water supply wells in conjunction with that project. At the time, the county focused on 2 locations, one on Wallet Mill Road, the second on Womble Road. In the intervening time, the property on Womble Road changed hands. That property was sold, and contacted that particular property owner. He was not interested in engaging in the county with a conversation about possibly locating a water supply well at that location. So we turned our attention to one of the other sites that had been preliminarily identified, and this change order is basically the services required to evaluate, and we've got preliminary indications that will be a viable site, but to evaluate that site, to construct a test well, and to move forward. So we have a change order, or a contract amendment rather, in the amount of $31,800. Approximately $5,000 of that is for surveying services, anticipating that will be a viable site, and we'll need to carve out a piece of property for that well, and then services by subconsultant Groundwater Management Associates, GMA, in the amount of $26,800. If there are any questions, I'll be glad to answer those.
Questions of Mr. Boone on this item? Seeing none, I call for a motion for approval.
Move for approval.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bellfield. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Item number 14 stands approved. Item 15 is a contract amendment 1 for ELJ Incorporated, who is the line contractor for the Northern Ash Water System. Also call on Mr. Boone to make this presentation.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. As part of the work, again, on the Northern Ash Water System project, county identified the need to relocate the water meter vault currently located in Dorches at the intersection of Dorches Boulevard and Halifax Road further south on Hunting Hill Road. A lot of that was a function of the acquisition of the water line along Halifax Road from the city of Rocky Mount. And as part of that, and during negotiations with the property owner on the west side of Halifax Road, the property owner indicated a desire for the county to minimize the footprint for the water meter vault site. So what you have in front of you is a change order required to construct a modular retaining wall and to clear the site for the water meter vault. And if you've been to that location, you may have already seen work is underway. But again, this is for the additional scope of work, which was not anticipated when initially proposed, to, again, minimize the footprint of that site at the request of the property owner, which the county had to engage with in order to acquire that property. Against any additional questions, I'll be glad to answer those.
Questions on this item? Seeing none, I entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wells. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well. We'll now move to item number 16, Mr. Boone. Go ahead, sir.
All right, so the third item here, second amendment on contract 1, again with ELJ. So before we had a chance to put change order 1 to rest, we realized there was some additional work that's going to have to be done at the meter vault site because of the location of the water main there on Halifax Road. If you're familiar with that site, a number of years ago, the North Carolina Department of Transportation widened that roadway in order to accommodate a turn lane southbound on Halifax Road. And as a result, the contractor will be required to excavate, trench in the existing roadway to tap onto the existing 12-inch ductile iron pipe to bring water into and out of the water meter vault. So that, again, was not included in the original bid for the project. So you have a change order in the amount of $14,750 to accommodate that work. Portion of that cost is also related to the need to construct that work after hours. Because of the location on Halifax Road, traffic volume on that particular facility, and also the need to, we will need to deactivate that water main at the time, so there'll be roughly 17 customers in the town of Dorches that will have to disrupt their water service and also water service to the rest areas on I-95. In addition to the additional work required at the vault, we have encountered some rock, which you're likely well aware of on this particular project, particularly on South Browntown Road, also some on Reddick Battleboro Road. And this was outside of the bore in order to pass underneath the creek on South Browntown Road. There's some additional rock fairly close to the surface. Contractor priced 2 different options to address the removal of that rock. One was to trench and blast the rock. Second was to drill through the rock with a boring rig. Although initial indications would suggest that blasting the rock has the potential to be a cheaper option, that is not guaranteed, whereas the cost for the boring is a guaranteed price. So based on that analysis, we have recommended that the county proceed with the boring option with a fixed price of $57,399.20. So again, that brings us to a total change order amount of $72,149.20 for contract amendment 2. With that said, again, if there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer those.
Well, you're going to always find rock in and around that Tar River.
We are on the fault line.
Very close to the surface, too.
Yep.
A lot of rock.
Well, I will say this is the first rock we have encountered on all of our water line construction to date. And it's not generally expected in water line construction, but we certainly have it here. I wish we had a rock clause in the contract, but indeed we do not. Either way, we would have been paying for it, of course, but we would have known up front that we'd be paying for it. And it's just one of those items. Fortunately, we do have a contingency item in this contract that we are still within. Mr. Boone, as I remember the amount, still within the contingency item.
We are at present.
Right, at present, right. Any questions, other questions from board members? Entertain a motion to approve this change order.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on this one? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign.
Thanks, sir.
Jonathan, if you would, I would just like to hear you say that we do have one more item pending, that would be a potential change order as it relates to directional boring, so the board will be understanding that we have one more item that we know about right now that we'll be coming forward with, that we're still working on numbers.
That is correct. We have a meeting scheduled tomorrow to discuss that very issue. It has the potential to be a very expensive additional expense, but again, because the initial contract did not anticipate encountering rock on these bores to get underneath creeks on the project or roadway culverts. They have encountered rock. We are working through that issue with the contractor and the engineer.
I'm gonna give you your spec book back, and I've noted a couple of things in there. If you bring that book with you, that meeting tomorrow, that I have some questions on about it. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. That is item number 16, and now we're on item number 17, which is a firefighters relief fund trust appointment, and call on Scott Rogers. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Hope
Been a
you're all
while.
well.
Glad to have you here.
Thank you. I'm proud to be here on behalf of of a request from the Westmount Fire Department. The North Carolina Firefighters Relief Fund is one of 4 programs that is funded from a gross premium assessment in North Carolina. And because of a shortfall in one of the other 3 programs a couple of years ago, the Relief Fund program went through a PED study in the legislature and has caused a few minor changes to the program since. One of which is, in order to be eligible for relief fund funds, a fire district has to have a 5-member relief fund board. And 2 of those board members are now appointed at the discretion of the county commissioners. So I would suspect in the next coming years or coming time, we will see more requests of this type. But Westmount does have a recent opening on their Board of Relief Fund members, and would respectfully request today that you appoint William Pittman as the replacement on that board. Mr. Pittman has to be eligible by one of 2 forms, and that is either by living within the fire district of Westmount or by being a present or past member of the fire department, and he is in fact both. So I would ask for your approval for him to be appointed to their relief fund board.
Any questions or comments? Mr. Outlaw?
Mr. Chairman, I'm very familiar with this situation. I've talked to members of the fire department. I'd be very proud to recommend that William A. Buck Pittman be appointed.
I'm going to take that as a motion then. And second by Mr. Bellfield. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Thank you, sir. I also add that Mr. Pittman is currently working for the county on a part-time basis for Mr. Boone and doing a great job as well.
Yeah, I had to look twice when it said William A. Pittman, because I think I'm like everybody. He's Buck to me.
He's Buck to me, that's correct. Same gentleman. All right, moving on to item number 18, Northern Nash Water and Sewer System Capital Project Ordinance. I'll call on Ms. Wood.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This is a project, capital project ordinance amendment. It's amendment number 2 for the Northern Nash Water System. The attached project amendment is submitted to adjust the line items in the budget to reflect the current project outline, which includes funding, additional legal and administrative fees due to easements, the meter vault site, an additional well site, and related engineering and survey services. It's not increasing the capital project, it's just changing some of the line items within the budget to accommodate the change orders.
Any questions? Entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wells. Any questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Item number 19 is also financial matter. Ms. Wood, if you'll take that.
Okay, this is also a capital project ordinance. It's for the development of a land clearing and inert debris landfill, an LCID landfill, in the existing landfill area. In June 2019, the Commissioners approved a motion to move forward with the permitting process with the state for construction of a yard waste disposal site at the Nash County landfill. This project will be a two-phase project. The first phase includes design and permitting to obtain the proper approvals to move forward with the LCID area. The second phase includes the construction and development of the LCID landfill once the permit is approved. The total project is estimated at $355,000, which would come from solid waste fund balance. We'll be requesting a transfer of funds from the solid waste fund balance, but the first phase is anticipated at $52,700, with the second phase at $302,300.
Any questions on this item? Entertain a motion to approve this project ordinance as well.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Combs, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richardson. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well. Item number 20 is our routine budget amendment for the month. Ms. Wood?
Okay, the first item on the budget amendments requested for the board's consideration is with the solid waste fund. This budget amendments to budget fund balance appropriation for the solid waste fund for the LCID capital project. It's a request of $355,000 to move to the capital project. The next item is for the Rural Operating Assistance Program. At the time the budget was adopted, funding had not been approved by North Carolina Department of Transportation, so amounts from the previous year were used in the budgeting. This amendment is to allocate funding according to the Rural Operating Assistance Program. No county funds are needed. The next item is within the Health Department. This budget amendment is to reallocate a one-time grant received in June 2019 from the Twin Counties Sugar Run through the Nash Healthcare Foundation. These funds will be used to coordinate diabetes prevention and awareness programs for residents of Nash and Edgecombe counties. It's requesting to move fund balance appropriation of $7,000, and that was because the funds were collected in last fiscal year. The next item is also with the Health Department. This budget amendment is to budget fund balance appropriation for a roof replacement and an HVAC split system at the Rocky Mount Health Department, totaling $50,000. The Nash County Health Department is requesting a budget amendment to upgrade the roof at the Rocky Mount Health Facility due to facility aging and past conditions. The current structure has been maintained for 22 years, and due to increases in rainfall over the past 1 to 2 years, has begun to need multiple roofing repairs. The estimated cost of the replacement and repairs is $40,000. The budget amendment is also requesting funding for a split air-conditioned heating system in order to continue to meet North Carolina Health Department accreditation facilities and administrative services standard 30.3, which required the hallway doors from the clinic area to the patient lobby to be closed at all times. Due to the physical barrier, which was the door, there's significant reduction in airflow circulation, causing extreme drops in temperature. The estimated cost of this HVAC system is $10,000. So a request of fund balance of $50,000 for this project. The next item is for our legal services. This budget amendment is to budget an additional $75,000 for our legal services for fiscal year 2020. And the next item is related to our Parks and Rec and our Park Maintenance Department. The following budget amendments are to budget fund balance totaling $46,395 to make funds available for the Parks and Recreation Department and Park Facility Maintenance Department to cover anticipated expenditures through the end of the fiscal year related to the local government agreement with the town of Nashville as approved at the January 21st Commissioners meeting. It's requesting a fund balance appropriation of $17,000 for Parks and Recreation. That's for part-time salaries, sports services, and athletic equipment and supplies. and a fund balance appropriation of $29,395 for park maintenance, which would cover salary and benefits to the end of the year for the position, the new position, additional telephone, utilities, equipment maintenance, and park maintenance.
Any questions on either of those 7 budget amendments?
I'm sorry, I have 2 more that I added at your seat. And these are with the Health Department.
You got 2 more you left on our table.
I did.
Thank you.
I apologize for the last minute. But these came in, these are state funding. So the first one is a budget amendment for additional state funding to expand clinical support by employing a clinical service provider to address maternal mortality and severe maternal morbidity, and to purchase educational and promotional materials for Baby Love Plus program participants. It's a request for $50,000. No county funds are needed. The next budget amendment is also with the Health Department. It's for additional state funding to improve and increase the proportion of individuals that are aware of their HIV/STD status through an increase in the number of substance abusers tested for HIV and other STDs in substance abuse centers, homeless shelters, mental health facilities, migrant camps, housing developments, detention centers, nightclubs, and colleges. It's a request of $37,298. No county funds are needed.
That would give us a total of 9.
That is
Anything else,
correct.
Ms. Wood?
No, that's all.
Is it coincidental that the item about Healthy Start Baby Love, 2 items matched up identically with the roof and the HVAC?
It is a coincidence.
Just glad Mr. Hill didn't try to use that money to do those 2 items with, what I was expected him to do. Just kidding with you, Mr. Hill. Any questions on either of these? Entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Outlaw, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on the motion? Like you gonna get out light, Mr. Durham. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by like sign. Motion carries. Ms. Wood? That's item number 20. We move to item number 21, which is board appointments.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just have one appointment for you to consider today for the Community Advisory Council, the CAC. Ms. Lou Silva Ricks has submitted an application for the Community Advisory Council and is recommended by Commissioner Lou Richardson, and her application was in your packet.
Any questions on this recommendation?
Community Advisory Council, which one?
The Nursing Home Community Advisory Council.
Ms. Richardson?
Yes, sir. I will offer a motion for the adoption of her request, and just to say that we still need workers in that area.
I have a motion to approve Ms. Ricks. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on the motion? Let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign.
Thank you.
That's your only appointment for today. We are now on item number 22, and I'll turn it over to the manager, Mr. Lamb.
Yes, we've gotten a request from the city of Rocky Mount to consent. It requires us to also approve a resolution to allow them to change their welcome signs in Rocky Mount to say the center of it all. And so we would ask you to approve this resolution.
We have a motion to approve the resolution, or first of all, any questions about the motion?
I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Wells. There's a second to that motion.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Motion stand approved. Moving on to item number 23, and Ms. Sumner, looks like you are here for the next 4 or 5 items, so welcome this afternoon.
Yes, sir, I do have a few this morning,
Bailey property tax.
or this
request.
afternoon. What was that, sir?
Bailey property tax request is
Oh,
first.
yes. The first item on the agenda is the Bailey property tax request. We've received a request from the town of Bailey. They have requested that the county bill and collect their town ad valorem taxes. A contract between the county and the town is attached for your consideration. There is a 2% fee which will cover the cost of the service, and we consider a single billing is more efficient, and we would be glad to extend this service to any other interested towns. Currently, the county contracts with Sharpsburg, Castelia, Momire, and Middlesex for this service.
Any questions on this item? Entertain a motion for approval.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by like sign. Motion stand approved. Item number 24 is Whitaker's property tax request, and I recall, Ms. Richardson, you and I, about a year ago, suggested they might want to consider this at a meeting we were in. Glad they have finally done that. Go ahead
Yes,
and make
sir.
that presentation.
Yes, sir. The town of Whitakers has requested that the county bill and collect their town ad valorem taxes. A contract between the county and the town is attached for your consideration. As well, there's a 2% fee, which will cover the cost of the service. The single billing is more efficient, and we would be glad to extend this service to any other interested town. Currently, the county contracts with Sharpsburg, Castelia, Momire, Middlesex, soon Bailey, and hopefully Whitakers.
Right. Any questions on that item from board members?
Yes.
Mr. Belfield?
Now, Whitaker's is split Nash and Edgecombe County. Are we
Right.
just talking about Nash?
Yes.
That would be
Nash
just
side.
Nash, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Any other questions? Ms. Richardson?
Yes, sir, I would offer a motion that we accept their request.
Okay, have a motion to accept it. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw first, I think. Any questions on that motion? And I think what brought this to being is, at the meeting we were in, they made a statement, Ms. Richardson, of what their tax collection rate was, which was considerably lower than what Nash County's was.
Right.
So we suggested that they might want to consider this. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Motion stands approved as well. And now we're on 25, which is the monthly tax report.
Yes, sir. In keeping with General Statute 105-360-7, the tax collector will be providing a monthly report showing the amount of taxes collected and efforts being made to collect taxes. This report is designed to keep the board current on activities in the tax collector's office. The report is for your information only and does not require any approval. It is recommended that you accept the report so that it be noted in the minutes. And if you have any questions, I would be glad to address that.
Any questions on the report? Just for informational purposes only, we'll move to item number 26, which is tax refunds.
Yes, sir. The tax collector's office does have several refunds that need approval so that we can disperse those funds.
Any questions on either of the refunds? Entertain a motion to approve the refunds.
So move.
Moved by Commissioner Belfield, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Motion carries as well. And item number 27 is a report of unpaid taxes and tax lien advertising.
Yes, sir. The report of the unpaid taxes, General Statute 105-369 requires that the tax collector in February, the first February of each year, report to the governing board the total amount of unpaid taxes for the current fiscal year that are liens on real property. In accordance with the statute, the total amount of unpaid taxes for 2019 as of January 31st, 2020 is $1,936,498.06. This figure does not include any interest, and a list of unpaid taxes is on file in the tax collector's office. 105 also requires that the governing body order the tax collector to advertise these tax liens. An advertisement must be made at least one time between March 1st and June 30th. So what we would need is an approval of the report and the order for the tax collector to advertise for the 2019 tax liens.
Okay, any questions, Ms. Sumner, on this item? If not, the motion that we need is to approve the report of the tax collector and unpaid taxes for 2019 that are liens on real property, and we need to, as you said, order the tax collector to advertise 2019 taxes that there are liens on real property and at least once in the newspaper between March the 1st and June the 30th. I entertain a motion that states that.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Richardson. Is there a second to that motion?
Ms. Wells.
I would second the motion then.
Ms. Wells.
Commissioner Webb.
Excuse me, I did not hear you, ma'am. I'm sorry. Ms. Wells second the motion. I thought everything stopped there for a moment. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well.
All right. Thank you.
If my name's on the list, would you please call me before you get it in the paper? We are now on item number 28, which is comments from commissioners, and I would ask any commissioner to state anything that's on the mind. Mr. Belfield?
Yeah, one thing that's on my mind is about consolidation of the 3 schools in the northern part of Nash County.
Yes, sir.
I have watched for 50-plus years the situation there in Red Oak, where the Red Oak School, it once was a high school, and then it became an elementary school. And I know a couple of times that school had been condemned for the building another one. And the power structure in that area was afraid that it was going to be built outside of the town. And so nothing much really happened because they didn't want it to be removed. The same thing happened this time. And the consulting firm consultants, usually when they come in, when you hire them to do something, they usually find out how you feel, for how the people feel in that area. And the board paid $167,000 to get a consulting firm to tell them where the school should be built. And they come back with a recommendation there. All right, they said in their recommendation that they're going to have to move the football field and the
Baseball field.
yeah, it's two fields that got to be moved. Yeah, baseball. That's going to cost money to do that. So I see that they use a consultant to take some of the heat off of that board because they knew, I knew when they even announced it at comments that I was picking up from the administration of the schools, that this is where they were going to direct it to. And it's not fair to the other 2 schools that had to bus children the distance. It should have been somewhere as close as possible, centrally located. And they've ignored it. If Red Oak want to keep an elementary school there in town, then let them have the one they already have. And it ought to be a consolidated school built for Swift Creek and Cedar Grove. And they're talking about express transportation. Express transportation, if you're going to have express transportation to get the children there, they had to assemble somewhere. and load them up so they can express them there. I see the whole thing as unfair. Therefore, this is one commissioner, I am dropping out from supporting construction of a consolidated school for these three. I will not vote for 1 penny to finance it. And I make that clear.
Thank you, Mr. Belfield. I would like to, in fairness to you, let me see how to say this, but the number used of $167,000 to get that part out of the consultant they chose to hire, I'm certain that that amount was not totally for picking the site. I don't know what the amount to pick the site was, but there were other things included
Overseeing
in there.
construction.
It included a process for several things besides that. But as you know, Mr. Belfield, we have been attempting to work with the school board, and we will continue to do that. The picking of the site is not a item that this board has a lot of say in. I do wish we did, but I made a statement very, very early, over a year ago, that even though it is my area, that I thought it best if I just remain completely quiet on it, and I have done that. I was prepared to build a school wherever they picked to put it at. But I do understand your concern, and it's well taken, sir. Other comments from commissioners? And as I understand it, where we stand with that, it was a committee recommendation, and I believe it is on the agenda for the school board tonight.
It's supposed to be
school
on the
board.
agenda tonight.
For the whole school board, yes, sir.
It's already confirmed. They're gonna vote tonight.
Right.
To put,
Well, that is my understanding.
vote is, it's just a formality, that's all.
Yes, sir.
They made their found.
Gotcha. All right. Other comments from commissioners? Ms. Higgins?
Excuse me, I've heard the same comments, in a way, that the children of Swift Creek and Cedar Grove have been thrown out in the water, that they got to ride that school bus or whatever it is, all the way to Red Oak, and that it was, now, they say it was a done deal. I don't think it was a done deal. It got started, but they felt like it could be moved out to make sure that all children were kind of in the same direction and having how much they had to travel. I mean, it's the children they were worried about, not the school.
Other comments, board members? Before I turn it over to Mr. Lamb for manager report. Ms. Leggett?
You guys mentioned that we should be getting the Mosley report towards the end of the month.
Yes, ma'am.
Have y'all thought about kind of outlining a plan, what we're going to do once we receive that report? Because, I mean, the decisions that we're going to have to make on that report are not small ones. They're probably going to be big decisions. Have y'all thought about a plan for action there?
Well, until you know what the cost implications are to what the plan is, I don't know what we could do at this point until we get the plan. And then we've got to, of course, adopt the plan or some alternate out of the plan, and then we could start making plans to move forward with it. Maybe I didn't quite understand your question.
You're just going to email the board the results? You're going to bring it to the commission meeting on that first Monday?
Well, whenever we get it, we certainly will get a copy to review prior to getting the final report, I would think. I mean, I don't know this, but at the time we get the final report, of course, it would become public information, but prior to it becoming public, I would think the commissioners, I don't really know. So I'm doing something that I hadn't got into before, but it's certainly going to be an open document, whatever that thing says. And the point that I want to make clear to the board and to the public as well is that what we commissioned the firm of Mosley to do for us was to analyze our existing facility and see how we could get more containment areas. Our direction to Mosley did not include making a recommendation for a new jail. That's why I've stated that we're not gonna get back a recommendation for a new jail. We will get back a recommendation of how to improve our existing jail, if we can put more containment areas in there, or do we need to add a building somewhere to add more containment areas out front? There was no, in the request for information or request for proposal or RFP, it didn't include the statement of or a new jail. So I don't want anybody to anticipate that they say that, because that's not what we asked. So that needs to be made clear. Now, it may have that in there, I don't know. We met with them one time in the beginning, turned them loose. They have been in and out of the jail numerous times, and I think, like maybe Misty said about this morning, we need to kind of keep an arm's length transaction with that firm and let them come up with what they come up with, rather than, I haven't seen any of the people, I haven't met any of them. I'm sure that Mr. Boone probably knows when they come and go. But, you know, that's where we're at with it. I don't know what else we could do at this moment until we get that, other than what we're doing and making the improvements that we know what we can be doing. That's why we're kind of staying away from the linear part of it at this time, until, because we know it's going to affect that more than anything else. I don't know if I answered your question or not. Okay. Other comments from commissioners? Mr. Lamb, I'll turn it over to you for manager report.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, hello? Yeah, members of the board. The North Carolina City and County Management Association Winter Seminar is this week, Wednesday through Friday. Stacy, Susan, and I will be in attendance. Susan will be recognized because she is an NC City and County Management Association scholarship recipient for her MPA program through ECU at the Gateway Technology Center. I believe Michelle is also in that program, Michelle McKnight. So we had just those two as far as? Okay, yeah. So that's great that our county employees are utilizing that, be able to get a master's right here in Rocky Mount. So congratulations, Susan, on your award. A reminder that we will recess this meeting until Tuesday, February the 11th at 6 o'clock to have the land development plan work session here in this room. Also a reminder that the NACO Legislative Conference is March 1st through 4th in Washington, D.C. Therefore, our March regular board meeting is scheduled for Thursday, March the 5th at 9 a.m. in this room. If you'll remember, that goes until Wednesday, and in past years, we've moved it to the following week, but there were some conflicts there, so the board came up with Thursday, March 5th at 9 a.m. Citizens Academy starts tonight. Just a short report on the retreat. It went really well, and want to thank the retreat committee for y'all's hard work organizing it, and it really did turn out very, very well. I also want to give a shout out to Valerie Harris, who retired on Friday. She, just in the last couple years, as was discussed by the chairman in his comments, was very instrumental in getting grants to do stream cleaning of the Tar River and Stony Creek. And of course, we have now moved on to Turkey Creek. But that was a big deal. It first came, it's an example of citizen input to their elected representatives. I think Mr. Outlaw first brought it to us, had gotten a comment or two about, I think, Stony Creek and all the debris that was in Stony Creek. And when we say debris, we mean refrigerators and all kinds of things. He brought that to the board. We did some research, found out there was some money out there that could be utilized, and only one other county had done it before us, Currituck. We became aware of it, and Valerie pursued those grant opportunities, and it's been right at $500,000 in grants just to clean those streams. And a lot of times you'll get money after a big hurricane like Floyd for that kind of work, but since Floyd, there's been no federal or state money other than these scholarships these grants that we discovered. So thank you, Valerie. Thank you for your years of commitment to Nash County, and we will miss you. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And Mark, what was that date? The 5th instead of,
The 5th, Thursday, the 5th at 9 a.m.
Dude, that's going to interfere. I do Meals on Wheels at 10 o'clock. I'm going to have to find somebody, try to find somebody.
Is that what you have?
It's hard.
Yeah. 9 o'clock?
And it's hard to find people that won't do that.
Well, Phil, I think we discussed that date and adopted it in our calendar for next year.
Yeah.
It was mainly because some of y'all were gonna be gone the Monday.
Yeah, I realize
The
that.
following Monday is the week that I have my building code council stuff in Raleigh. I have to be up there 2 days, Monday and Tuesday of that week, so I couldn't do it then, so the board did vote to have it on that Thursday.
Well, that's one
I haven't gone back.
Slipped up on, okay.
Yeah, I slept on that one because I am committed.
I understand. Hopefully you can find somebody to do that.
I'll see what I can do.
Okay, all right.
If not, I'm gonna have to do it. I'll try to find somebody.
One more comment that come to mind to me, when we first adopted our public comment, rules or procedures, we had an item in there, one clause that said, an individual was not allowed to come before the board more than 2 times in it's either a 6-month period or a 12-month period, to make presentations on the same subject matter. I would like for the board to reconsider that and possibly put it back in there. And if you just think about it and let me know how you feel about it. I just very disappointed this morning that we had a statement made that there by an individual that made some statements that weren't very pleasant to the board last month. But the statement this morning is extremely bothersome to me. And he stated that there are no more dangerous menace to civilization than a government of incompetent, corrupt, or vile men. When I look up vile, the word actually means wicked. I don't, as chairman of this board, appreciate that comment being made about our board, and I think we need to come up with a way to have repeat offenders of our public comment area. But if you would consider that, I'd certainly like to hear from you how you feel about that, and I'll actually get a copy of the original comment policy that we had that had that in there. If you could just email that to us and let us see what it said. I'm not sure what it said, 6 months or 12 months, but it said one or the other. And we may need something in place along that line if we're going to continue each month have one individual that's going to come up and say things about this board or former employees or former elected officials that just not serving any purpose to the task that we have at hand. Quite frankly, it's very bothersome to me.
Mr. Chairman, could I just make a brief comment on that?
You can, sir.
It would be my preference that we not institute such a change as that until we get through this detention facility issue, because if we do, then the individuals that made that comment are going to think that I promoted the advancement of that comment, and I'm a big boy, and I can handle it. I would just encourage the public to go get the notes, look at what was said. It was all a distraction, and that's all I'm going to say about it here forward.
I'd like to hear from all the board members, Mr. Outlaw, how they feel about it, if we could, moving forward.
Well,
And I'd like, you think about it if you would, I'm not really wanting to have a public discussion about it. I think we need to
Well,
look
that's
at the policy we
just
have.
kind of the way I see it as being perceived.
I understand.
And really, it doesn't bother me. I think you handled it very well, and I have nothing to be ashamed of what I said in the last meeting. I think there are some people that said some things they shouldn't have said, but I'm not worried about what I said. It's
Right.
all a part of the record.
It is part of the record, and I have what you said laying right here in front of me, as well as what was said by other people that chose to speak. But if you would consider that request, each one of you, look at the policy when Stacy sends it to us, and we'll discuss it later. Are we okay to discuss it later, Mr. Belfield? You want
I
to
would
say
just
something?
like to make one suggestion.
Yes, sir.
What is the possibility, since it's being broadcast, to do like they do on radio, and they can beep out unaccepted comment?
I would ask.
I don't know if that's possible, maybe somebody ought to look at.
I would ask Mr. Durham to look into that and give us his opinion of it, if he would like to. Sure. Okay.
I kind of agree with Wayne. I mean, if anybody's got anything to say, it don't bother me to say it. If it's about me, then I'll defend it, or I'll just be quiet. But I just don't think we ought to start trying to stifle comments in this situation with the detention center. That's my opinion.
Really, my comment has nothing to do with the.
I agree with the man on that. I don't think we
Detention center
should
whatsoever.
talk.
Just let's review the policy we had and see if it's an opportunity to put something like that back in there. If the board don't want to, certainly we won't do it. Thank you. Now we need to go into a closed session. The closed session is for economic development and matters of attorney-client privileges. Do we expect any action on any item that Gateway Partnership is bringing to us? We'll not have an action today because it requires a public hearing, I think. Is that correct?
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, it will require a public hearing. So I don't expect we'll have any action after this closed session. It would be update on some lawsuits, and we also have some economic development items that we would be discussing as well that are work items in progress. And with that said, do remember that we will recess this meeting afterwards until the date that we've got planned for a joint planning board, Board of Commissioners work session. So I'd entertain a motion to go into public hearing at this time. Entertain a motion to go into closed session at this time.
So moved.
Have a motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Stand recessed to closed session.